Now, I'm not saying that the information that the general says he can legally share is necessarily befitting an in-camera sitting, because if it's intelligence information or whatever that he feels, he would not even disclose in that set. But I truly worry. This is not the first witness who comes here and then they say, no, they can't speak about certain things. And I think at some point it's necessary for this ad hoc committee to really consider whether we wouldn't want to have, even if it's a special session where we have an in-camera hearing. General, you may not need to go into the detail. We don't want to know that Honorable Nduli did this and this and this, but we need detail of what the issues are that are being kept from us. There are issues that we know belong in the JSCI, which is fine. We are not cleared. We don't have the security clearance for that, some of us. But there are issues that we should know, because otherwise, you know, as I was saying, this becomes a whitewash. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We can still assure the committee that part of the information that we might not be in a position to share is the one that talks to covert intelligence methodologies. And then in terms of the investigation, it's only the part that is not finalized yet. But then in terms of the whole scenario, the information that we had packaged and annexed, we can share.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we will then proceed to paragraph 92 of your statement, General Khumalo. I know during consultation you've indicated that before you take us through the evidence, you'd just like to give a brief description of what Gauteng counterintelligence operations was about and how it subsequently led to the discovery of the infiltration. So if you could just start off by giving a brief description of Gauteng counterintelligence operation that was undertaken.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On paragraph 92, I'm indicating that the infiltration of criminals of the criminal justice system became quite clear to me through my work as head of crime intelligence, not as a project leader of PKTT. There was an operation or investigation conducted by Gauteng Organized Crime Unit, which was a normal investigation of a murder of Mr. Aman Swart, an engineer in Vereeniging, and we were not aware of that investigation. It was just their investigation. But then, because of the, if I go to next page, paragraph 96, where we are reflecting on the letter that was written by the senior state prosecutor addressed to the provincial commissioner of Gauteng, the deputy provincial commissioner, as well as the deputy national commissioner and the national commissioner. On that letter, the prosecutor was highlighting the threats that the investigation itself, as well as the investigating officers, were facing, mainly because initially it was mainly because one of the accused was a former warrant officer in the SAPS, and who was identified as an organizer of hits within this organized crime syndicate. And then the prosecutor went on to explain the other challenges other than the threats against the investigating officers. In paragraph 100, the prosecutor is raising the issue of the ballistic report, which was excluded whilst it contains crucial information that linked the suspects to a firearm that was used in the murder of Mr. Swart, which is another threat now to the investigation itself, to the evidence. In paragraph 101, we are indicating as to what the prosecutor said in terms of that ballistic report, that the forensic analyst failed to link the AK-47 cartridge cases with the murder weapon that they were found in possession. So meaning that if that intervention was not done, the accused were only going to be charged for possession of unlicensed firearm, not the killing itself, because there was that suspicious failure of linking the firearm with the killing by the ballistic expert. And then the prosecutor also raised the issue of officials within SAPS that were directly and indirectly involved in the efforts to destabilize the investigation. These are the concerns that are shared by the senior state prosecutor who's prosecuting the case, sharing it with the national commissioner and the provincial commissioner. That talks to the incomplete ballistic report, the interference, the issuing or warning and threatening the members. So the members that were investigating were threatened by their own seniors. And then that resulted in that concern or letter then given to our provincial head, Crime Intelligence, Gauteng, to conduct a threat and risk assessment, which is part of our mandate against the investigating officers and the investigation, to find out as to how true are these concerns raised by the prosecutor. And then upon the finalization of the threat and risk assessment, and then the provincial head deemed it necessary to appraise me on that particular threat and risk assessment, as well as his recommendations. And then from my side, upon assessing the recommendations and the draft threat and risk assessment, I then briefed the National Commissioner and thereafter took a decision to register a counterintelligence project, of which I did that on the 29th of August. The letter by the prosecutor was dated the 5th of August. So after 2 to 3 weeks of the detailed threat and risk assessment, and then when it was presented to me, I then took that decision based on the level of threats. So as then we are able, because it's one of our mandates as crime intelligence to implement counterintelligence measures, whether proactively or reactively, to protect police SAPS operations as well as its personnel. The The heading itself, it's long, events leading to Gauteng counterintelligence operations and further evidence of infiltration. But for ease of reference, I term it the beginning of PKTT and General Khumalo's problems. I was invited to this problem by that threat and risk assessment and the decision that I took, which then meant that we had to marry the Gauteng organized crime investigation with our counterintelligence investigation into one operation, which then gave birth to Gauteng counterintelligence investigation, the GCI ops, because it was the combination now of both the investigation as well as counter intelligence measures or investigations. Then some of the measures that were put in place was to deploy our counterintelligence resources within the team and also the counterintelligence operatives. That was because of, firstly, the level of SAPS officials that were involved in this threat. It was evident to me then that as it's normally the case, once you conduct a threat and risk assessment, you come up with recommendations. There must be a plan put in place to neutralize or to deal with that threat so as it does not become permanent. Hence, then one realized that for this particular operation, one will need the assistance from the highly specialized team to ensure that the investigation will be advanced swiftly as well as safely. That is when then I took the second decision to discuss with the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal the possibility of then getting assistance, temporal assistance from the PKTT. Hence, then I termed this as the beginning of my problems with those two decisions and the problems that the PKTT concept or name, how was it dragged into this problem? And then in response then to that request, then we agreed with the Provincial Commissioner for us to get around about 10 members to be seconded to the GCI ops in order to conduct that swift operation to neutralize the threat. The point that maybe I must stress on paragraph 106, the last sentence that says, although these 10 PKTT members worked on the dockets were not transferred to PKTT. They came to assist for a short period, so as then the threat is neutralized as quickly as possible. Then on the members, 10 members that you requested, I felt it important to include them in my paragraph 107 because they came on board on the 19th of November, 2024. I felt it important to list them so as one can continue demonstrating the methodology that is employed in the PKTT. Out of 10 members of PKTT that were requested, there is only one investigating officer. The rest, which is 9, are different experts. Because we needed that expertism, so as then we are able to swiftly deal with the problem. From the ballistic analyst, as the Honorable Committee will recall, one of the issues raised by the senior state prosecutor was the ballistic report. So we had to include the ballistic analyst, the forensic digital analyst, the case of Vereeniging Amanswart had a lot of digital forensic work that needed to be done. The call data analysts, the crime scene investigators, 3 of them, because the crime scene of Amanswart was divided into 3 crime scenes. The first scene number 1 was where he was shot. Scene number 2 was where the first vehicle was intercepted. Scene number 3 was where the other vehicle and firearms were found in a particular house. So we had to get those 3 crime scene investigators, and then we had to get an operational analyst and the commander who understands the PKTT methodology, as well as the designated firearm officer who was going to work on also the firearms together with the ballistic analyst. And then, as I've indicated, with 1 investigating officer. From paragraph 108 to 109, maybe read with 107, one is demonstrating the swiftness. The team of experts comes in on the 19th. By the 5th of December, they are in a position, I can safely say they had identified the whole cartel, and they were in a position to start the first takedown operation. That is within the space of 3 weeks. Then on paragraph 109, one is introducing then the second assistance. To put it practically clear, the experts came to assist only for between 2 to 3 weeks, and they withdrew because most of the analysis work was done. So the team, the GCI Ops, was now ready to start with takedown operations. Then for the first takedown operation on the 6th of December, we had to request again the expertise, different expertise now from PKTT in the form of combat members as well as special task force for that particular takedown, which was divided into 2. The first one was to effect an arrest on Katiso Molefe, as well as the questioning of Vusimuzi Matlala regarding the parallel case, which was and still kidnapping. So that is the second support that the PKTT gave to the GCI Ops. It was a 1-day operation when the combat teams had to come in. The reason for that, during the analysis and the threat and risk assessment, it had come out that almost the whole of SAPS in Gauteng is working for the cartel. So hence then we had to get the combat team even from the PKTT, and even the special task force that we used for that operation was not from Gauteng province, but was from outside Gauteng province. That is the operation of the 6th. So the PKTT suffered and is still suffering for that assistance of 2.5 weeks and 1 day, which raised a wrong impression that PKTT is investigating the cartel. PKTT
Just-
came in to assist.
Just a moment, General. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I almost fell off my chair now. Did I hear the general correctly when he said an analysis was done and you found that almost the entire Gauteng SAPS was working for the cartel? Just clarify that statement, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We say that because whatever that we were doing in now this covert operation will find its way to the very same cartel. That is from the resources. I think even the vehicles were all over the social media. The vehicles with registration plates that were used by the team. So as the team is working, they are going to courts and to police stations. So where they are, and then they are, then whatever that they are doing is given to the cartel members. We had collected a lot of information and identified a lot of members from within. Maybe let me make an example of the uniform combat teams. There is this, what is happening in Gauteng, where the highly trained combat members of SAPS are moonlighting for the cartels. In other words, working outside their working hours. It happened to the team, I think, on 2 occasions when they are moving with the combat teams from Gauteng. They get to a cartel member, and then the member will ask, "Hey, what are you doing here? Because you were with me last weekend, working for me." So that will be my answer. No.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get into it when it's question time. Thanks.
General Khumalo, and just further on that, speaking about the moonlighting of
Let's switch off the microphones. Honorable James. Honorable James, look at me at the same time. Let's.
General Khumalo, just from what the question that Honorable James was asking, you mentioned specifically in your statement that when you arrived at Mr. Malifi's residence, you note that he was identified as a suspect, and when you arrived at his residence, you say in paragraph 111, on 6 December, the investigative team, including members of the PKTT, proceeded to the residence of Mr. Malifi in an attempt to locate and engage with him. And during the operation, the following suspicious interventions took place. And you proceed to describe certain events that happened at the residence of Mr. Malifi. Could you just briefly explain to us, as you take us through those events, what your perception was of the presence of these members of the Hawks, as you described, and the Metro Police when you arrived at Mr. Ket Malifi's house?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On paragraph 111, 1 and 2, I'm introducing the happenings or the events of the 6th of July, of December, during that 2-in-1 operation. Maybe also to back up the point that I tried to raise when Honorable James asked the question. With PKTT, I've heard some people trying to associate us with being violent. That one, I can assure the committee, were the most professional team. Each and every operation is planned thoroughly. So when then we were at the initial phase, which is the surveillance phase of the operation, that is when then we came across a JMPD officer who is part-time working for, according to our information, for Katiso Mulif, Officer Johnny Mokhatle, who was then dispatched by Mulife to come and check this suspicious car, our surveillance car. That was that was part of our phase 1 operation, which is surveillance and monitoring. I'm introducing the second incident during the course of the search. Now, I'm still going to maybe go into details in terms of the JMPD officer. But then during the course of the search, a helicopter was then dispatched to Hoover on top of the house where the members were working and monitoring, and it was dispatched from the law enforcement again. It's normally dispatched then through the JMPD when or if there are CIT incidents or any other. So that was the second encounter that the team had to deal with. Before then, 2 groups from DPCI arrived at different times to the scene of crime, to the scene where members then were effecting just the arrest. Then maybe then as I approach the interference by the Hawks specifically, I will then give a short narrative as to what happened. Firstly, the first group, maybe before I get to the first group, let me remind the committee that although I touched on it, but it's still coming where, because JMPD officer have got the systems in his phone, can circulate, track, and do whatever the vehicle. So he gave feedback. Okay, he came into Kadisomlifi's house, took him out, driving in a JMPD official vehicle to go and look for this suspicious vehicle. And then he did confirm that this is an SAPS vehicle. So I'm citing that Kadisomlif was aware well in advance that there will be a police operation in his house. And then as then the operation starts, that's when then the first group from DPCI is dispatched by their generals to come and check what's happening.
General, I don't want to interrupt, but maybe just on the Metro Police that you've mentioned, I'm not sure if it is clear what you are saying in relation to the involvement and participation. And I'm trying to get to the extent of the participation of the Metro Police. Were they interfering? What did their presence represent in relation to the arrest that was affected? I think we get an explanation that you found these officers there, but I'm trying to understand, were they trying to interfere and prevent the operations from unfolding? Is that what we-
Maybe then, through you, Honorable Chair, because the first paragraphs, I was introducing the two types of interferences. Then my next paragraph talks to the interference by the Hawks, and then the next one from paragraph 1 to 2 talks to the interference by JMPD. That's where I was going to be detailed when it comes to. So the first part I was just introducing those. As I indicated, that was the beginning of the problems of PKTT and Khumalo. And the most important dates of December that we treasure, and we make sure that in our diaries they are circled, is the 6th of December as well as the 31st of December. That is Khumalo and the PKTT. When their problems started, it was the most difficult takedown operation. So maybe to go back to the support, the only reason why that operation was a success is because of the decision to request the combat teams of PKTT to come and assist on that one-day operation. Because if we did not do that, up until today, Katiso Mlifu was not going to have been arrested. Because one could realize that the local resources will not stand this pressure, or everything that was happening on the 6th. Then summarizing the interference by the Hawks, I'll try to summarize it such that the honorable committee is not confused. There was the first group led by Captain Kruger that came and wanted to know what's happening, and then I emphasize the professionalism of PKTT, but the professionalism, it includes also the mental strength and fearlessness, because no matter how hard you try to introduce yourself as a VVIP, but you won't be able to do what you want to do. So then there was an engagement with Captain Kruger's team. He then also dropped the name of Brigadier Mkhwanazi from DPCI. And after that, the name of a divisional commissioner, Lieutenant General Mboto, as well as the national head himself, as people that had sent them to come and inquire as to what's happening in Katiso Mlife's premises. And then the team, DPCI team, was informed that it's a police operation, and then there is nothing wrong. But then they remained there in the site for a long time. But one can safely say then they could not achieve whatever then the objective that might be there. Then the second team of TOMS. TOMS is a tactical operations management section, like tactical teams, combat team of DPCI. The second team also came, and the same thing happened. They could not then successfully interfere with the operation. We can still call it an attempt. And then the situation was contained up until then the arrest was effected. And we are indicating that there was also another team from DPCI that came then led by Captain Norkie, sent by the provincial head of DPCI also to the, so it was now more DPCI than GCI ops that are conducting their lawful operation. From our side, we are still convinced that it was an interference with the operation, with the lawful operation. And if we are in a situation where the lieutenant generals are the SOSs of suspects or criminals that police officers are dealing with, then we might have a real problem, especially looking at the DPCI level. Then the interference, to finalize the interference from the JMPD, as I've introduced it, and we have, with all these people that I've mentioned, we have statements under oath affidavits that are annexed. Also, with regard to the JMPD officer, we have an affidavit as well as his commanders and the principal's affidavits that he confirmed that he has a long relationship with Mr. Molefe and Mr. Tau. Mr. Tau is one of the hitmen that are used by the cartel to eliminate people. And then he indicated that he is frequently requested by Mr. Molefe to register his vehicles, and then in turn, then he gets a 500 rand per vehicle. And on the day of Mr. Molefe's arrest, this JMPD officer stated that he reported on duty, but left due to ill health, like reporting that he's not feeling well. And he went home, according to the supervisors and himself, initially. And then he says, following the reporting sick, he received a call from Molefe regarding a suspicious vehicle, the story that I've summarized. And then he came, he collected Molefe in a service vehicle, JMPD, to go and investigate now and look for this car. They drove past and then returned Molefe back to his residence. After conducting that search and the plate and the tracking, he then gave the report to Mr. Molefe that that was a vehicle belonging to SAPS. So Mr. Molefe was aware well in advance that there will be an operation on that day soon. And then on paragraph 124, that's what will happen then when you try to make sense of what is not making sense. In his own affidavit is indicating that after giving feedback to Mr. Molefe, he resumed his regular patrol duties, forgetting that initially he had said he reported sick when he left his employment. His statement is attached as SDK 12.
Thank you.
Where
Chair.
is this official general? The official that you make reference to in that paragraph?
The last time we checked, because we are continuing with our interference or obstruction case investigation, the last time we heard that he was suspended or removed from the station where he was working, where it was possible for him to work for the cartel in terms of utilizing the police systems as well as being the advanced team. That is, there is somewhere where I spoke of the importance of having the criminal justice system within the cartel, that you are in an advantageous space because you are informed in advance of the police operation that is coming. No matter how discreet our operation of the 6th was, but when I get to the second part, I'll reflect again as to when the team got there. They were told and shown evidence that we know where you were staging, and I was expecting you here, and I was told by warrant officer so and so. So in Gauteng, no matter how discreet you want to be, and then it is nearly impossible.
Honorable Sangwan.
Sorry, General, it's just clarity. So all of these events on the 6th are prompted by one lone surveillance vehicle that Mr. Molefe sees out of his house. And secondly, to the best of your knowledge, this man was not under investigation by DCPI. And finally, the operation happens the same day, so he's arrested and they're still there while you are carrying out the operation to arrest him.
Yes, according to our information, there was no investigation by DPCI, but then the teams stayed there for as much as possible until one will think that until then they realize that the team is done now with the search and they are moving with him, taking him to the sites.
Honorable Sokanye.
Mr. Tau, what happened to him, the hitman used by the cartels, who was with Mr. Molefe?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tau, a warrant officer, a detective in Johannesburg Central Police Station, was arrested as one of the hitmen that killed Aman Swart, and he got bail. So when the SPP was sharing her concerns, was when Tau was on bail, and then that's when then the threat levels increased against the investigating officers because they are colleagues, they are working in the same place.
Honorable Ngola.
Just a quick one, Chair. Did the state oppose the bail of Mr. Tau in the bail proceedings?
Thank you, Chair. The state did oppose the bail successfully so. And Mr. Tau, warrant officer by then, was then remanded in custody. But then mysteriously, he appealed for that bail, and also that is when then the senior officers will approach, senior officers now in Gauteng will approach these investigating officers to say, you must not oppose the bail appeal of Tau, such that before the appeal day, they were told that he's going to get out. They went there, they opposed bail, but they failed, but the writing was on the wall that everything is arranged. And then unfortunately, the senior officers came back to thank the members for not opposing bail, thinking that it's because of that. But then that was the time when then we came on board, and then we were starting now to be the GCI ops. And then we managed then to implement counterintelligence measures that resulted in him being taken back to custody. So he's back into custody, but then departmentally, he only resigned a few days before we rearrested him, and then he resigned.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity. Lieutenant General Khumalo, you say everything was arranged. What do you mean that everything, you said that everything was arranged in terms of the bail, when he appealed the bail application. So who was involved in arranging? Because General, we really need names, otherwise we're just talking in the air and we're just sitting here and it's going to be like you're giving us a lecture on what's going on behind the scenes, but we do need names. So you said everything was arranged when he was appealing bail and it was a known thing that he was going to get it. So speak to us about how it was arranged and according to you, who was involved in that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It started with the request via, there is a member, I might not have particulars here, but there is a member who was part of the team who was then sent to talk to the team that there is this request that you guys don't oppose bail. The arrangement came from a senior officer, a brigadier, a general, Shibiri, who is the head of organized crime at head office, who called the members and told them that whilst they are preparing for bail opposition, that there are 3 envelopes that are in place. One is for you detectives, one is for a prosecutor, one is for the magistrate. So for that bail to be, so we have sworn affidavits to that, if I can mention some few names narrating the pre-arrangement of that bail. And it was indeed successful, besides the opposition that was put at court.
I see Honorable James, Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. Shibiri, is he the same person that we heard previously that works closely with General Sibia?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, he is working, as I've said, as head of organized crime at national office under General Sibia's office.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. Why is Shibiri not arrested? Because if you've got that evidence of Shibiri interfering and defeating the end of justice, why is he not arrested? Because this doesn't need us. It doesn't need a commission. When a person commits a crime, must be arrested there and there. You've got affidavits, it's clear. Why is he not arrested?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. As I've indicated, the investigation with regard to the interference from this SAPS side is at the advanced stage, and then including the names that I've mentioned from DPCI and JMPD. So the investigation is almost finalized.
The South African public wants to know the people who do this investigation, the authorities that are being reported to, do they have this information? Okay, or maybe to put the question different, is Is Shibiri on suspension?
Currently, according to my information, he was moved out of the organized crime environment. I'll have to check if then the suspension process has been finalized.
You are not sure
Um,
if he's on suspension or not.
I'm not sure.
But this information that you present before this committee, the authorities of the SAPS know it is at their disposal.
That is positive, Honorable.
Maybe what we should do, honorable members, is to write to the head of the SAPS and request for information on this matter. Honorable Malim.
Yeah, not information, Chair. An explanation, why is Shibiri loitering in the offices of the police? Because it doesn't belong there. If there are serious issues of this nature, the disciplinary matters should have kicked in immediately, and then the criminal process should also be at an advanced stage. So the general says the investigation is at an advanced stage. We understand that language. We need to know internally what is happening. Is he still there? And if he's there, why? What are the reasons?
Okay. Can I check members agreed? Thank you so much. So we will write to them, and when the committee meets on Monday, I just hope we should be having the response of the SAPS on this matter. Advocate Mkhwanazi, may we please proceed?
Sorry, General, is there something else that you'd like to add in relation to the infiltration?
Maybe rounding off, I must mention one of the coincidents on the 6th, on both operations. The first one in Katisomlifi's house, the team was approached by the driver, who then asked the team, and we have an affidavit also to that effect, indicating that is the team aware that Kadisomlif is a friend of the minister as they are arresting him. Now, on the afternoon's operation, when the team now is at Kat Matlala's house, he also indicates that they are messing up his plan or schedule, because he was supposed to be meeting the minister at that time. So that is another coincidence of the 6th on two different operations.
I think that takes us then through to the events leading up to the disbandment, because in under that particular topic, you speak about the raid that you conducted on the 6th of December at Mr. Matlala's residence. And you indicate in paragraph 127 of your statement that a second operation was implemented on the 6th of December 2024, which relates to the kidnapping of Jerry Bushoga. Now, if you could just briefly take us through what happened at the residence of Mr. Ket Matlala, and just briefly explain whether you have managed to, what you discovered while you were visiting the residence of Mr. Matlala.
Thank you. As I indicated earlier on, that it was two operations in one on the same day. We were conducting the lawful search without a warrant, based on the information that we were having, which was on the verge then of disappearing if we did not act. But be as it may, hence the team from the special task force that we had to rope in from another province was for that particular operation, because we know and we knew that around Mr. Matlala, there are special forces and special task force former members that are there. So because it was then a surprise search operation, we had then to get the proper capabilities. And then indeed, that operation was conducted in the afternoon of the same day. It was with regards to the case of kidnapping of Jerry Bushoka, that the team was investigating, and then with the view of getting evidence that the team had confirmed that it's there. But it's one of the incidents that I've mentioned, that when the team got there, they were then informed that the Mr. Matlala was waiting for them. He's aware as to where and what time they were preparing to advance to the house. Hence, then the operation was not as successful as it was expected to be. And then moving on to paragraph 129. During that operation, then it was established that Mr. Matlala was not in compliance with the Firearms Control Act. Hence, then the inquiry was registered, and then 4 of his firearms, as well as 5 cell phones, were confiscated. Then under that Brooklyn Inquiry 1 of 12, 2024. So as then the investigation could continue. I've already touched on the first coincident of the minister's name being dropped in both operations. And then another coincident on the same day, on the 6th of December, at the time when these 2 operations were ongoing. This is the time Advocate Johnson sent a formal email to both Divisional Commissioner of Detectives as well as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detectives in Gauteng, requesting access to the dockets that had been reported by the Member of Parliament, Mr. Fadel Adams, against me, the executive of crime intelligence, that is responsible for GCI ops. The dockets were requested as a matter of agency on that day, the 6th of December, when the operation was on. That is attached then as Annexure SDK 13, that urgent request of those dockets. Hence, then, as I said, when I started the discussion under this paragraph, that the December, especially the 6th, was the beginning of the problems of PKTT and Kumalo. That ran up until now, because there are lots of coincidences that are very difficult to associate them with something else other than the protection of who we started to deal with on the same day, the 6th of December.
Just on that, General Kumalo, before you move on from that paragraph 130, where you refer to the letter by IDEC, which we can see on page 120 of the big bundle.
Yeah, just before you respond, General, let's take Honorable Malem.
General, what's happening to the case of Jerry Boshoga? Because it has been going on and it creates a very bad image of you and the crime intelligence and the police. That we can't find one man, the whole police system can't find one man who has been missing, identifiable businessman. Can you imagine if a villager that looks after goats disappears? It will be worse than what we are experiencing now. What's happening to that case? Because you touched on it before.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. The case is under investigation, but it has been having those challenges. During that time, the team was working on that case as instructed by the National Commission. But soon after that operation, that case was reallocated by the Deputy National Commissioner, James Bia, to another team. So up until recently, when then the National Commissioner has directed that the team must resume the investigation of the same case.
Which team, the first one or the severe one? They directed which team to resume the investigation?
The team that conducted an operation on the 6th, the case was taken away from them soon after that operation, until recently, when the National Commissioner has directed that the team must be reassigned that case. So the team has started now to continue with the investigation that they were at the advanced stage in December 2024.
And Honorable Malo, can I check? I see there is a flurry of hands. Honorable Matthews, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sangoni, Chief Whip, Honorable Skosana Bangazita. Let's take the hands in that order.
Mine is just before we move back. We were talking about the raid at Mkhwanazi's place. When he was before us, he said that the team, okay, I wouldn't use the word abuse, but the children were not moved in a safe place and neither was his wife. Can you speak to that? Like what precautions were taken to ensure, I mean, the kids are small. The wife was not necessarily involved and he painted a horrible picture of what the team did when they did the race. So if you could clarify that for us, please, General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. I can confirm I touched on professionalism that we instilled in the team in dealing with whether you are a suspect or you are a witness. We are always very professional, and the team confirmed that the operation in Matlala's house was conducted in a normal, professional way that we normally conduct operations. Maybe some of the evidence will come as I continue when there were attempts to open cases against the team and the wife did not buy the story of writing that statement. But I'm going to touch on that. But our procedure is simple. Each and every operation, there is a commander that is in charge. Everybody is acting under the command of that commander. If there are minor children, is the commander who takes care, him or herself, of minors, as well as if we have confirmed that there are also females within the target, that there are females that are going to take care of the females. And normally the team won't deal with a person that they are not there for.
Honorable, okay, Honorable Mathes, are you satisfied? Honorable Ngola,
Thank you very much, Chair. General, let's go back to Honorable Malema's question. I think I missed you on what distracted the first team for the second team to be appointed. Where was the first team extracted? From CI or from the PKTT? Or it was a multidisciplinary team as well? The one that was investigating the case of
It was,
Chair.
sorry, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It was the GCI Ops, which is assisted by PKTT, that was investigating up until the 6th. As I indicated that from the 19th, there are specialists that came in to work on these two cases. So it happened that because on the second case of kidnapping, you needed a proper and thorough digital forensic analysis to analyze the video footages that are so there was a lot that was done during that time also on that case. Hence, then we were ready for the search and seizure, unannounced one, because of evidence that we had. So it was the same team. But then soon after the operation of the 6th, and then the case was reallocated to the team that is in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection.
But General, the first team was allocated by you. Who withdrew it for the second team to be allocated?
The first
team was allocated by the National Commission.
By the National
Did the National Commission withdraw the first team for General Spear to appoint his own team?
No, he did not.
So it was a parallel team in a way.
A parallel team, I can.
So General Spear is behaving like a parallel National Commissioner.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I think the General can't answer the last question.
What
Let
is
me
the-
forgive him.
What is the answer or the opinion, General?
Thank you, Chairperson, for rescuing me with my opinion. Yes, if I have to voice my opinion, I can agree with that narrative, because one would not expect that what National Commissioner has instructed, and then someone else must come and instruct otherwise. But one can say it was the chaotic moment. As I say, chaos started from the 6th. So as these things were happening, building up to January, we are still going to see as we move along the timeline as to how chaotic the situation was.
Can we proceed? Honorable Sangonia.
Chair, I suspect I'm covered. I wanted to know from the general what led them to Mr. Matlala's house as a prime suspect. But I think the general has said that there was a lot of digital forensic work that was done. I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. General, my question is very linked to I think the latest question from Honorable Ngola. Has there been any opportunity for Spear to explain, General Spear to explain, why has he taken a decision to appoint a task team over and above an existing one appointed by the National Commissioner? So that's my first question. Has there been an explanation provided in that regard? The second question linked to that, when the National Commissioner became aware of that parallel process and yourself, what was your conclusion about what could be the motives of General Sbiya in carrying out an operation like that, parallel to the one that is sanctioned by the National Commissioner? I'm asking this question because I assume that, as we were told by the generals who came before you, that there's something called NASCOM, or a body of a national commissioner with provincial commissioners, where the lieutenant generals who are at the head office also attend.
Yeah.
But it's POC or something, yeah. But beside that, I think there would be a direct communication between a national commissioner and any of his deputies. So I'm asking in that context, has there been any explanation provided either directly, one-on-one, or in the board? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe giving the response, Honorable Chair, that will cover both questions. There's never been an explanation, but then one cannot be able to say at this level because one is reporting to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, General Kumalo, is reporting them. Now, if General Kumalo is called by the National Commissioner in the absence of the Deputy National Commissioner and direct that this case must be investigated by the GCI Ops, one then will presume that the National Commissioner would have informed the Deputy National Commissioner. So we were moving along with the investigation with that on mind, only to realize afterwards. Now again, when the reversal is happening, the Deputy National Commissioner wanting to reallocate the docket to his team, one might think that there has been a discussion between the two of them and the National Commissioner, only to find that when one then gave the report to the docket is no longer with us, then the instruction of reallocating came from the National Commission.
Through you, Chair. So the reallocation back coming from the National Commissioner was going back to the original team, or you had to set up a different team?
No, the original team.
Thank you, Chair.
Charlie. Honorable Skosana.
I was covered, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, just one question, Chair. General, is it ordinary for the Deputy National Commissioner to change a team unilaterally to relocate? Is it a ordinary practice?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It's not ordinary. It's not in line even with the discipline of what that is expected in the SAPS. So one would always presume that the instruction from the Deputy National Commissioner is something that has been discussed with the National Commission.
So General Sbiya acted extraordinary by doing what he did.
Yes, I can.
He did the unprecedented.
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Okay, thank you, Chair. General Kumalo, I referred General to page.
Let's take Bangazit. I think he was on the list. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. In fact, I have substantially been covered because my question was actually in relation to what Honorable Mola has already asked, because there was a gap in my view from the time when the original team actually did the investigation and at the time when the investigation was taken over by General Spear and given to another team. So that gap to me was problematic, but I'm troubled with the coincidence of the 6th of December, where Advocate Johnson actually also comes into the fray on the same day, demanding the immediate, oh, no, he used urgently, requesting, the dockets, should I call them dockets? Yeah, dockets, that those dockets be handed over to her as a matter of urgency, all happening on the 6th. What would have actually prompted her to demand those dockets to actually be handed over to her? And she's raising a question of the trust deficit issue on a matter that was originally reported to the police, but suddenly she actually is raising an issue of the trust deficit with the SAPS. Why would the complainant go to the SAPS in the first place if the issue of trust was his concern?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. One was reflecting on the coincidence of because the dockets are for October. So now it has been November, it has been December, and the dockets were dealt with, were being worked on by the division inspectorate as it's indicated in the same letter. But then the agency comes on the 6th when we are busy with this takedown operation.
Thank you, Chair. General Kumalo, just while we're there, I referred General to that particular letter because I wanted clarity on just confirmation whether the events that happened on the 6th of December, this letter that was ultimately written for the request of the dockets, this is also the very same. Are these the dockets that ultimately led to General Kumalo's arrest in June 2025? Is this connected to your arrest that happened in June 2025?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Indirectly, yes, because it's the same complainant. But what happened, because on these cases, according to the report from legal services, there was nothing tangible. And then a new case was registered by IDEC other than this, which is a proclaimed case now where we were arrested in June.
General, then I'd like us to go back to the events that leading up to the disbandment, and we've got quite a bit to cover there. I'm getting concerned about time because we've been put on time by the chair. But in your statement, you've mentioned that after the 6th of December, after that raid, you went back to Mr. Ket Matlala's property, this time his office, and you conducted a second raid. Now we know from the evidence that was also given by Mr. Matlala that the second raid also resulted in litigation that he instituted against you for the return of certain items. and including in these items or included in the items was allegations that you have misappropriated jewelry and a MacBook while you were conducting your raid. Could you just briefly take us through the events of the in relation to the second operation that you conducted?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Maybe then to save time, I'll follow the timeline. Operation is on the 6th. On the 12th, the team returns the cell phones. There is no litigation yet, but on the 12th, the team, because as I've indicated, we are at it, the team is self-sufficient. Everything, the turnaround time of all the analysis or of work is very short because we have dedicated capacity and dedicated specialists. So the cell phones were returned on the 12th, and then on the 13th, and then Mr. Matlala signed the affidavit at High Court demanding his cell phones that were brought back on the 12th already. So on the 13th, he then filed the affidavit at court. So the only thing that was still outstanding were firearms. But in his affidavit, he's including even the cell phones that had already been returned. And then on the 17th, he filed then the notice of motion. On the 18th, as agreed upon between the team, Mr. Matlala and his lawyer, that was the appointment date to say that, because on the 6th, when the team took the 4 firearms, they wanted the rest of the firearms. But then Mr. Matlala indicated that they are on the sites. I reflected on the team being professional, understanding business. And then the team asked as to when can you be able then to bring the firearms together so as we can finalize the compliance inspection. And then it was agreed that will be on the 18th of December. And then indeed the team went there only to find that the responsible person who's having the safe key is not there. And then Mr. Matlala and the lawyer requested the postponement of that compliance, of which the team agreed to the following day. Hence, then on the 19th, the team went back, and then that compliance did take place, and 18 firearms then were confiscated for ballistic testing. Then on the 20th of December, that is when the team learned now of, because the previous date we saw on the papers, but we only learned on the 20th that Mr. Matlala has instituted high court proceedings for the return of his firearms as well as cell phones. To touch on the point, I think under paragraph 137, the interdict was to prevent any further harassment and the return. I'm touching on harassment after I've indicated on the working together on the 18th and on the 19th. Now, but then on the court papers, it's harassment and the return of the following items: the Rolex watch, which was not part of what the team confiscated, and the watch, yes, the firearms, the MacBook was also not part of, the cell phones, 2, the team took 5, not 2, but he wanted 2 on the court papers, as well as 2 rifles and a Beretta 9mm pistol. That is what was listed. Then, but other than the cell phones and the firearms, the team did not confiscate, even in the form of stealing those items. And also on paragraph 138, one is tempted to also indicate, because in the founding affidavit is saying he was visited by 100 police officers from Special Task Force. No, there were not 100, there was only 8. But then as I indicated that when we come and then you'll think that we are 1,000. And then there were 8 Special Task Force members and 8 NIU or TRT members, the members that were there according to our deployment plan. So we are confirming that other than the firearms which were taken for ballistic testing, the cell phones were returned 5 days after the 6th. They were returned on the 12th. The allegations were in fact fabricated. The only items that were removed, as I've indicated, is firearms as well as 5 cell phones, not 2. Then the opposing papers were prepared by the team as well as the legal services of SAPS and were submitted then as per SDK 16. That is what happened then up until the between the 20th and the 22nd. And then on the 23rd, now, because as I've said, I said maybe so as we save time, we do it in a timeline format. Mr. Mkhwanazi is sending a WhatsApp. Now, this is the information that is coming from Matlala's phone in May, but it's filling in the gaps of what transpired in December. Then on the 23rd, Mr. Mkhwanazi is sending a WhatsApp text to Mr. Matlala, wherein he is stating IPIT guy name, my brother, any news from IPIT. So that is the discussion now that is taking place during the time when there are cases that Matlala needs to open against the team. And then still on the 23rd, I was called in a meeting with the former minister, Begicele, not in Durban, in Pretoria, where he informed me that he had a meeting with Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Matlala informed him that he was requested to fabricate the allegations in relation to the jewelry and the MacBook as part of his founding affidavit, so as then General Sbiya can have a case that he can be able to deal with me with accordingly. And then that is what we are used to if we are operators, that there will be those cases that will be fabricated and be opened. But then, as I'm indicating on 143, that Mr. Matlala was advised to fabricate the charges against me by Lieutenant General Sbiya in order to provide General Sbiya with departmentally, including possible, with something to charge me departmentally, including then my dismissal. My response to that, I did confirm to the former minister that, yeah, that is coming from our normal operation that we conducted on the 6th and further compliance inspections that we conducted. We have returned the cell phones, and the firearms are still undergoing ballistic testing. As soon as we are done, and then if there is nothing wrong, we will return them back to him. But if there is something wrong, then we are going to charge him as it's a norm. Then that was the end of the meeting. And then the matter, then I'm going back now to the High Court matter. The matter then was set for the 24th of December. And then it did not continue because Matlala decided not to proceed with the matter. The court made an order that the matter be removed from the roll, and a copy of the order is attached also as SDK 17. The state attorney that was appointed to deal with the matter and the counsel on behalf of the police, they were at court on that day, ready to proceed with the matter. The allegations that there was any settlement agreement entered to with Matlala are false, because the firearms were not back yet. They were still with our ballistic experts. And then we were continuing with our plan as it was planned. But then the matter then did not continue at court based on Mr. Matlala's withdrawal.
Okay. And so before we move forward, and I know you want to probably note paragraph 146 as well, and elaborate on that. But as you proceed further, I'd like you to continue with a reference to the annexure bundle, because there you refer directly to WhatsApp messages from paragraph 147. So as you proceed in your statement, maybe take us through from the big file, paragraph 1, page 174. So now in paragraph 1, from paragraph 141 to 169 in your statement, it suggests that the minister played a role in the disbandment of the PKTT. So could you maybe explain to us, with reference to what is already in your statement, how you arrived at that conclusion, and take us through the text that you've attached to your statement, General?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Must I start at 146?
I think that's where you left off.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. On paragraph 146, one is flagging on the minister that was called by the meeting that was called by the minister, where the tender of Mr. Matlala was discussed. The reason for flagging that is, since the Medicare that one was not aware of, we are from operational environment, we are not privy to who's having which tender. Then one will take it that SAPS, more especially the directorates that are within the support environment are the ones that are dealing with tenders. Then there was no noise up until the operation of the 6th of December. And after that operation on the 6th of December, in the court papers that were submitted by Mr. Matlala, there was an inclusion of this issue of a tender. And that document, as they normally operate, leaking the documents that they submit anywhere else, it was leaked. It was all over the print and social media from the 20th. Then it made headlines up until the minister called the meeting on the 24th with SAPS management to discuss this tender. The point that one is driving to is, was this meeting discussion and the cancellation of the tender going to happen if there was no operation on the 6th of December, which then resulted in the High Court issues, where then this tender issue was also part of, because that's when it became known to the general public. So we are saying basically the operation on the 6th was the cause for the meeting of the 24th and the subsequent cancelling of the tender later on. Then moving to 1.147, then going through the WhatsApp communication, which are also attached from SDK 19, page 174. In my affidavit, I did not include all of them. I only included the ones that are talking to the subject matter.
Yeah, the ones referred to in your statement are attached.
Let's take Honorable Mathis.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping that I'd ask these questions before we moved on to the next theme. Mine was on your meeting with the former minister, Becky Cele. Were you not shocked, General, that he called you, and did he say to you before the actual meeting what he wanted to talk to you about? And also, was the meeting around, did it come across to you that he was paid by Mkhwanazi to sort of make his situation go away? Because according to the testimony of Kat Mkhwanazi, he said he paid Becky Cele also to help him get his firearms back. And that was the biggest thing he was worried about, that SAPS took his firearms, he couldn't get his firearms, and he was desperate. That's why he reached out to Becky Cele. So you, as an official of SAPS, meeting with the former minister, I mean, I know he was your boss at some point. Was it a sound decision for you to do that? Did he offer you money also to be on the side or to side or make this case of Cat go away? You need to tell us that, because you're just giving us a bird's eye view of what happened there. And I'm sure, knowing the former minister, Becky Cele, he can talk. So can you give us a little bit more details there? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, let me start by saying, even if one can do the communication analysis, you won't find any call between me and the former minister, even during the time when he was the minister. I try my best not to learn things that I do not know. So there was no communication. I won't say I was shocked, but the message when it came and the agency of the matter through a person who was requested that I must make myself available, it's very important. Then there is nothing else. In terms of, did I suspect something? There is nothing that I suspected. I was just interested in what is it that is so important. Then when then the meeting did take place, he did then explain to me about the plan that is being hacked for me then to be dealt with in terms of what I've explained as a concerned former minister. That's what I picked up from him.
So, General, you're saying that the minister called you, or the former minister
wanted to have this meeting with you. Are you comfortable to tell us who he asked to give you that message to make yourself available? And are you saying that's all? He just wanted to warn you. It was nothing else. There was nothing else in your engagement. It was from the bottom of his heart. He felt the need to tell you that there's a plot against you.
Yes, starting from the messenger, who was then requested for me to make myself available. I could pick up that there is something important that I need to avail myself. I must say, I last saw him in person and even, during his farewell function. So I think it was after some months that I've never seen him. I've indicated the position about talking. So the person who then facilitated the meeting was Lieutenant General Khamane, who then said, the former minister said, he has to see you. It's important. It's for your own good. And that's when then I made myself available for those few hours, minutes.
Honorable Ngola,
Covered by Honorable Matthias, Chair, thanks.
Honorable Sango.
Chair, I want to say I'm covered, but I don't think I'm hearing the general correctly. General, are you disputing the evidence that former Minister Ele put before this committee and that Mr. Matlala, I think Mr. Matlala confirmed, well, it was Mr. Matlala, in fact, it wasn't the former minister, that while they were together, General Ele picked up the phone and called you and said, give back this man his guns. And then the guns were then returned because Mr. Matlala said that call was made in his presence.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. That I heard it for the first time through Mr. Matlala's evidence. What I knew and what I know and what was already on my affidavits was what I'm explaining, that it was facilitated as an agent meeting and for my own good from the concerned former minister. That was the reason I also availed myself for that meeting. And then when he told me that, and then I took note, but I was not shocked because by this time already, as my problems and the PKTT started from the 6th of December. So it was not like I was shocked that there is this plan. I took note of it, but to confirm again, Honorable Chair, there was no call that was received. It was a meeting, face-to-face meeting.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose Mr. Matlala could have been lying. I'll come back to it during my question session. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable.
No, thank you very much. If my memory serves me well, because I remember a follow-up question was made to Mr. Matlala about the Kumalo he was speaking about. I think he made an indication that he was talking about Brigadier Kumalo, who works in the police station wherein the guns were kept. Because at some point, I remember we were confusing the two Kumalos. And then he corrected us, he corrected the committee. He said, no, I'm not talking about Kumalo, who is the head of intelligence, of crime intelligence. I'm talking about Brigadier Kumalo.
That is a correct assertion of what he said. My records agree with that.
Is that one of the battery, Chair, not this one? Is that one of the battery, not this one? Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Mkhwanazi. Yeah, even here there is another. Eh? What are you saying, Jali?
I'm saying the ice boy chair. Thank you.
The other one is also a Kumalo. Eh?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Yes, Chair. The question that was put to General Kumalo was, he's indicated that the minister's directive to disband the PKTT, or rather the events that unfolded, and this can be seen from the text messages between Kate Matlala and Mkhwanazi. In his statement, General Kumalo, you suggest that these events seem to have been directly linked to the directive that was subsequently issued by the minister. And my question to you was, how did you arrive at that conclusion with a reference to the WhatsApp messages that you've attached to your statement?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The build up to the 31st, we see, if you look at what is happening on the ground to us and what is discussed. Remember, what is discussed, we see it in May. So before May, we were not aware because we only picked up the WhatsApp communication in May during the arrest of Matlala. But then when you look at the activities as built up, hence then I started with the WhatsApp message on the 24th. Where Mr. Mkhwanazi is asking Mr. Matlala, how is the court proceedings? Now you link that up with the High Court proceedings that I've just explained as to what happened. And then after that, then they were on a WhatsApp call, the two of them. Then on the 25th, Mr. Mkhwanazi is sending another text to Mr. Matlala, reminding him of three things. He says, one, I PID. So it means he did not get the I PID guy response. Now, two, court case date. So again, referring to, and then the third one is a 25%, we may lose accommodation and flight packages. That is in line with then the deal that they were having, that Mr. Matlala was going to pay for some of the delegates that were going for January 8th statement or coming this side. Then the next one, on the same day, Mr. Matlala is now responding on the previous messages. He's just saying, let me know when you are back. The banks open tomorrow. I'll circle that deposit thing. So he's responding to point number 3. And then on the first and the second point, he says, the rest we'll discuss whenever you are available. Then moving on to on the same day, Christmas Day, when everybody is happy. Then on the same day, Mkhwanazi is asking again, a reminder, IPID can be a breakthrough. So this is the third time now Mr. Mkhwanazi is asking about the IPID progress. And then Mr. Matlala replies, there is a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. And then Mr. Mkhwanazi is insisting, will it work? And then Mr. Matlala then fails to hold back the answer, then he gives the answer because he has been saying, we'll talk about, he says, it needs someone brave enough. So that is the response from Will It Work. Then on the 27th of December, and then Matlala collected his own personal firearm from Brooklyn. It was the first firearm that came back from ballistic. And that, no, they all came back, but he collected only his own firearm on the 27th of December. Then on the 27th of December, so the other firearms are still at the police station, but they were all, because I think we have indicated our turnaround time for firearms that are less than 20, it's a week and a half or a week when we have to do the ballistic testing.
Honorable James.
General, thank you. I've been vindicated because Mr. Matlala, when we questioned him, he insisted that he collected all his firearms, not just the one that belonged to him. Why was it that he didn't collect the others? Were they not registered in his name?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then fast forward, I was still going to come to that part. When were they collected? They were only collected on the 31st of December. The other firearms by Nika Mareko. So these firearms were not registered in Matlala's name, so he could not collect them. They were registered in the company's name. So he had to change the responsible person, and it's paperwork that you need to do for someone then to come and collect the firearms.
So you can confirm that he lied under oath when he testified and insisted that he collected all his firearms.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. I have
you.
evidence in terms of registers.
Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, General. Ngicela clarify something la. You're saying the guns were not owned by Matlala's company, right? They were owned by a certain company. You're saying that?
No, I say they were owned by the company, not him.
His company.
His company, but
Okay.
not him.
Not him personally.
Not him personally. He was only having a license of one firearm.
Okay.
So the other licenses were belonging to a company.
Is this the same company I tenge ku Maumela?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Let's proceed, Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Because the General Kumalo was interrupted while he was going through the sequence of the WhatsApp text, I just would like to allow him to finish the sequence dealing with how these communications were linked to the directive that followed on the 31st of December.
Thank you, Chair. So on the 27th, maybe before that, on the 25th, I highlighted the persistence of Mr. Mkhwanazi to Matlala about the IPID progress. And then at the end, Matlala is responding that it looks like it's not happening. It needs someone brave enough. Now, on the 27th, Mr. Mkhwanazi sent a message to Matlala, which is a screenshot of his chat with the minister, asking if the arrest was effected. Then after receiving that, so in other words, according to our analysis and interpretation, Mr. Mkhwanazi is now showing Matlala that it's not me who wants response, it's the minister. Look at his question. And then Matlala then is forced then to respond and saying the case needs to have assault for him to effect an arrest. He's saying he can't do arrest if there is no J88 to prove assault, and my wife is not keen to open such a case. And the guards are also, that were assaulted, are also not at my house. They are only coming back in January. They went home for Christmas. So that message is a response of the question on arrest. On paragraph 155, we are demonstrating that with these two paragraphs above, we are demonstrating that the minister's response to the question of any arrest effected cannot be construed as referring to the Stilfontein illegal mining incident as it has been presented as evidence. Then on the 30th December, the PKTT, another very noteworthy, the PKTT ballistic analyst issues the first report that is linking the Vereeniging case firearms with other cases, including the killing of DJ Somebody. The heat is getting on hotter. And then on the 31st, then as I've indicated, Henrika then collect the firearms of Cat VIP from Brooklyn and not Mr. Matlala as he alleged under oath. And then on the 31st, Mr. Mkhwanazi sent a screenshot about a constitutional court case, Cape Town case, that he shared with the minister, saying that the minister or Sibiya can use this judgment to dismiss me, Samuel Dumisani Kumar. Then on the 31st, again, Mr. Mkhwanazi wrote to Mr. Matlala, reminding him about the outstanding issues. Now, this again today is the day. On the other side, I also think you must stand back. Mr. Matlala replies, stand back. I don't understand what you mean. Mr. Mkhwanazi says, for your safety and business, we must just fight what comes your way. And then Mr. Matlala responds to Mkhwanazi, this won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight the losing battles. Then Mr. Mkhwanazi responds, here is our backlog and we now need to deal with this. It's the last day. I thought we spoke about it, but we did many regions. It's only 2 regions left. Is it possible for you to intervene on the membership for 2 regions at 12.5K each? Because today we must pay. This is the activities and communication of the 31st, the whole day. Then Mr. Matlala to Mkhwanazi, I'm sorry I missed your calls. I do not have a problem to help, but there is something I need to understand. Also hear what my concerns are. Please, like I said before, can we kindly meet whenever you have time and hear what I have to say? Then in the afternoon, the minister signs the disbandment letter. That is the business of the day on the 31st, the communication coupled with what's happening on the ground, which makes us to strongly believe that the letter and the disbandment of the PKTT was because of Mr. Matlala's complaint of harassment by the team, and Mr. Matlala was paying a lot in terms of the transitions and monies that you can refer to the Cape Town trip on the same day, talking about and the two regions that he needs to pay for. There is a lot, and then the letter is signed, whilst then he is having all those problems. To continue, on the 1st of January, Mr. Mkhwanazi writes to Matlala, "Good day, I have arranged a meeting for Sibia and Minister, must have a solution." And then Mr. Mkhwanazi to Matlala again at night, "The task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved." According to
Yeah,
our
but-
metadata analysis,
Just, General, Jali.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. General, I just wanted to ask quickly, these regions, did you mention which regions? Because I'm looking at the page 50, maybe I've missed something, I might be wrong. When you said there's two regions, I can see here, paragraph 163.
paragraph 163, no, they are not mentioned, the regions in this message as to which regions that
And in terms of region, was he talking about political parties?
if you follow the whole discussion, yes.
So that was the ANC, am I right?
It's not indicated as to which political party.
Oh, well, the chief whip is here, he can confirm, thank you.
The chief whip is not a witness here. Are you trying to implicate him?
I'm satisfied, Chair, thank you.
Advocate Mkhwanazi. Honorable members, can we give Advocate Mkhwanazi this last hour to wrap up as a belief? Honorable Souls, you have not spoken. Are you fine? Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. General Khumalo, you've mentioned a sequence of events that happened, and this is communication between, which includes the communication between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkhwanazi, and then there were the raids that happened at Mr. Matlala's home, which you now say in conclusion, it appears that the directive was issued for ulterior motives. The other operations that you've mentioned of Mr. Molefe, is that linked to any of this, or is the directive solely based at the behest of Mr. Matlala's operations? How are we to understand that the ulterior motives that you refer to? What does that include? To protect Mr. Matlala's interest, or to protect other operations that were also ongoing at the time?
According to our belief and understanding of the events of the day, hence then one started by a coincidence that in both operations, there was a coincidence of the name dropping. And then as events were unfolding, and then we see Mr. Matlala being more prominent. But on the other hand, Mr. Molefe was busy with his bail application that he ended up getting at High Court.
Because we've only been given an hour, I am sure members will extensively take you through the events that you've mentioned and other issues that we've already addressed. I would then like to move on and to make good use of the hour that I have by referring to the disestablishment of the PKTT. Now, you've left off with your description of a sequence that led to the issuing of the directive. And then in paragraphs 175 to 210, you then describe what subsequently happened in relation to the implementation of the directive that was issued. General, I don't intend to take you through all of the evidence that you've mentioned there in the manner that we have been doing up to now because of time. But so I'm going to pose a few questions to you, and you should at liberty to refer to as much as you wish, and that you obviously consider important. From what we've heard in the evidence that was given in relation to the implementation of the directive, it appears that the implementation was spearheaded by the Deputy National Commissioner, because the National Commissioner at the time was on leave, and the email that was then directed to by the Acting National Commissioner to the Deputy National Commissioner has seen an event unfold of the Deputy National Commissioner taking charge and seeing to the implementation of that. In your view, was it correctly placed with the Deputy National Commissioner to see to the implementation of the directive? And was he, because you are the coordinator of the PKTT, was the Deputy National Commissioner familiar enough with the operations of the PKTT to undertake such a big task?
Thank you, Chair. To answer the question directly, I will say no, according to my view. I explained in details the procedure of establishment, that the approval, the final approval is with the accounting officer, the National Commissioner. So there was an acting National Commissioner. If the matter was so urgent, then the process was supposed to be handled by the acting National Commissioner in the absence of the National Commissioner.
Then just in relation to the implementation of the directive, like I've indicated, we've heard evidence from the National Commissioner and General Mkhwanazi. It's been confirmed that the National Commissioner was on leave at the time when the directive was issued, but he was back at around the 16th of January. And you deal with the events that happened on the 16th of January in paragraph 185 of your statement. And you indicate there that upon the return of the National Commissioner, yourself and the National Commissioner had a meeting with the minister, where the minister was briefed not just on PKTT, but overall what the work of the PKTT was with the counterintelligence at the time. Is that correct?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is very correct. On the 16th of January, myself and the National Commissioner briefed the Minister on GCI Ops. The main reason and the agency was the threat that one was foreseeing, looking at the happenings of the 6th of December and the ongoing operations that were still active by then. But the other issue was it coincided, not coincided. There was a lot also because the other wing of attack was the use of print and social media against myself through my position as the divisional commissioner. So we felt the need to go and brief the minister on the real reason behind this attack, which was the GCI Ops.
And then in paragraph 192 of your statement, you indicate that at the time and not being aware of the WhatsApp messages between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkhwanazi, which you've just read to us, you said you found it peculiar that the instruction letter from General Sibiya required the closing out report to include information that the minister ought to have considered at the time when he made the decision to disband. So it appears if one reads your statement that when you briefed the minister on 16 January and subsequent events, or at least for January, there was no indication that you now considered that there was a ulterior motive behind the director. At which point did you form this conclusion while you were engaging with the minister?
The National Commissioner came back from leave on the 14th. That's when then we had a discussion on the disbandment letter, and then he gave me the direction then to start writing a preliminary report. So on the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, all those days, we were in a process of drafting the report. So the agency of briefing the minister on GI Ops came before the preliminary report. And then soon after the briefing on the 16th, and then I received then the directive from the Deputy National Commissioner on the 17th, that is having a list of issues that I need to include in the preliminary report. I've analyzed some, but basically they are all talking to the confliction of the disbandment directive from the Deputy National Commissioner's office now with the actions that he says I must take. I'm summarizing them from 1 up to 30. Which is paragraph 191. And then maybe with one breath to sum up also the other confusion that was on that long directive. I was supposed to give the summary of the key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the PKTT. I did not disband the PKTT, but I'm expected to give the reasons by the DNC. And then secondly, also on the next page, I was expected to do the analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction. Already the letter was saying the team is having no value, but then afterwards, then I must give that impact analysis. And then the most concerning aspect was that I was expected to include in the report, according to the Deputy National Commissioner, was to include the stakeholder feedback from organizations such as NPA and SSA in response to the announcement of the disbandment. In other words, I was supposed to ask them, how do you feel? How did you take it? And then write back in the report, and which I found it very impossible for me to do. So that is all in terms of the summary of the directive on the 17th. Then as I've indicated, paragraph 193, that's when then we're busy with the preliminary report with the National Commission.
Maybe do you want to briefly take us through that? Because the request to you that came through that you've now discussed or mentioned that asked you for things which you obviously did not agree with. You did not agree that the PKTT did not add any value. You did not agree to the disbandment of the PKTT. So in your report, do you want to take us briefly through what you then recommended or what you said in response to the request for the report?
The report is attached as SDK 23. It's a very detailed report. But importantly, I'll go straight to the way forward that was proposed by the National Commissioner in case then the disbandment is undertaken, where he proposed that it must take the winding down instead of immediate disbandment, with those steps that are indicated from A to D, no, to G.
One other issue that came up, which we've also learned from evidence that was given from other witnesses, is there was criticism in relation to your specific role on the PKTT as coordinator and as the head of crime intelligence. Now, we see from your statement that in paragraph 205, that this was raised by the minister during this process of implementation and reporting back and forth on in how the PKTT should be disbanded. You indicate in paragraph 205 that the minister criticized you for your role and questioned why you were so invested in keeping the PKTT. Was there any merit to the concerns raised about your dual role that you played as head of crime intelligence and then also head of the PKTT?
Before the 6th of December, I've never heard any concern about me being the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence, as well as the coordinator of PKTT. As senior officers, it's one of the expectations that you can carry more than what you are appointed for, more especially when it comes to interventions. There is one operation that was the task team. There is one task team that was established in the same December with the directive of the minister in the Eastern Cape, where a Major General Zulu, who's appointed as the head of specialized operations in Pretoria, was then appointed to be the coordinator of that operation. So it's part of the package for us as senior officers then to be, unless if you approach the National Commissioner and then raise some concerns that you cannot do it.
As part of the request that was made for reports and in the implementation of the directive, a request was made for dockets, and you deal with this in your statement, and you say that the dockets were handed over in March 2025 to I think it's in paragraph. Can't seem to see it, but it was said that the dockets was handed over in March 2025. You mentioned this specifically. Is there anything peculiar about a request that the dockets be handed over as part of the disbandment process? Why is that a peculiar issue to you that they would make such a request?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, the first directive from the Deputy National Commissioner that was directed to me only was having that instruction that the dockets must be handed over to Lieutenant General Sintumul, of which I did not comply. And then the second instruction then was directed to General Sintumule only, now directing her then to take the dockets from me, of which then that was in compliance then of that instruction by General Sintumule on the 28th of March.
Yeah, yes, you addressed that in paragraph 206 of your statement. And as I related to my previous question, and the reason why I asked whether there was anything peculiar in the request for dockets is because in paragraph 207, General, you mentioned that there was a request on the 16th after you've handed over the dockets in March. There was a further request that came through on the 16th of April by Brigadier Nkwashu, where he made an attempt to retrieve a criminal docket pertaining to a case in which Mr. Molefe is charged. Is there anything, was there anything suspicious about this request?
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. After handing over of the dockets on the 28th of March, and then on the 16th of April, a Brigadier Nkwashu made an attempt to retrieve the docket where Mr. Kadiso Molefe was charged. That is the Anand Swart docket, Vereeniging. According to Brigadier Nkwashu, this action was taken following the instruction from the provincial commissioner who allegedly mandated that the docket be handed over immediately. So that gave us suspicions that it is because this docket was not part of those that were handed over on the 28th of March. Hence now this instruction is specific to that docket.
What was Brigadier Nkwashu's involvement in this implementation process? I believe his name hasn't been as prominent as other names. So what was his involvement and why would he request, how did he initiate this request?
Brigadier Nkwashu is the Deputy District Commissioner of the district within which Vereeniging falls. So he was complying with the instruction from the provincial commissioner's office to the district commissioner that the docket must be brought back according to him. Maybe it's important just to add this. The Brigadier Nkwashu is the same Brigadier Nkwashu that is also appearing in some parts of my statement as a brigadier who visited Katiso Molefe in prison, driving a vehicle without registration plates, taking clothes and food to Katiso Molefe in prison.
Uh,
That's correct, Honorable Chair. According to my information, that's correct.
Um, General Kumalo, you indicate further that on 22 April 2025, the Deputy National Commissioner gave further instructions. This is now while the National Commissioner is already back in office. The Deputy National Commissioner appears to not have abandoned the instruction to implement the directive, even when the National Commissioner is now back. Did you find anything sort of untoward the fact that his Deputy National Commissioner, the National Commissioner is back, and he's still writing instructions and say by this date, this must be finalized? Was there anything untoward about the manner in which he continuously conducted the implementation of the directive?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, it was still difficult to understand, more especially because I was now working with the National Commissioner on this issue. And the Deputy National Commissioner was informed, was aware, and I think in one of his affidavits, he has confirmed that he was told by the National Commissioner to leave this process or whatever away to myself and the National Commission, but still there are letters. But maybe what I can also add here, these are events that are making us to believe or to confirm now that disbandment of the PKT was a mistaken identity. On the 28th of March, we hand over the dockets. On the 16th of April, now a direct instruction for a particular docket of Katisom leave. Now on the 22nd of April, another letter now from the Deputy National Commissioner demanding all dockets now, including those that are in court. So Katisom Leaf's docket was in court. We had submitted as per the proposal only those that were under investigation. So these activities made us to believe that the disbandment of the PKTT was the mistaken identity indeed.
Can we continue? General, I have sort of taken you very quickly through the statement for the past 30 minutes because I was trying to cover the time, but I don't want to sort of do you some sort of injustice. If there's anything in particular that you'd like to highlight to the members, in particular in relation to the dockets. We know that the dockets were subsequently returned, and this is dealt with by yourself in paragraphs 2011 up until 2019. Is there anything in relation to the return of the dockets that you'd like to speak to? The committee at least has heard quite extensive documents about evidence about the return of the dockets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity if there's anything in relation to the return of the dockets that you'd like to emphasize other than what is in your statement.
Nothing in particular with regard to the return of the dockets.
No, Advocate Mkhwanazi, we have agreed that this is your hour. Let's proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
You are under protection from the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. General Kumalo, General Kumalo, part of the reason why I also sort of rushed through is because I wanted General to have an opportunity to speak to the reasons that we've heard from the minister as to why the PKTT was disbanded. And you deal with that in your statement. And I know a lot of questions are probably going to arise from that, but I wanted to give General Kumalo an opportunity to just take us through whether the reasons mentioned by the minister were in fact justified, and if not, in what respect were they lacking, or could they not have been a valid justification for the disbandment of the PKTT? You've mentioned a few in there, and so if you could just, from paragraph 220 in your statement, maybe if you could just start off with each item that was mentioned by the minister and address us briefly on why these reasons are not valid or doesn't have any merit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe then to try and summarize my input with regard to the decisions, let me start by saying, after one learned of the reasons provided to the disbandment letter, one could not believe, because one is involved. One knows that the team is adding value, because that was the only reason that was there. Now, from what happened from the 6th of December, it made one to believe that that might be the only genuine reason why then the team is disbanded. But getting to the reasons that were given then afterwards, hence one is terming them as the afterthoughts, because it's reasons that are coming way after the letter, and they are also not in line with the high-level reason provided for in the letter. Starting maybe with the work study in relation to the murder and robbery, where the minister is contending that the recommendation in relation to this work study was that the PKTT's function needs to be transferred to murder and robbery unit within SAPS in order to capacitate and direct focus on a more permanent structure. I've indicated earlier on that a task team cannot be compared to a unit. A task team is established for a particular purpose, and then a task team, it's whereby you bring the different expertise together to work together as a team, whereas a unit, it's whereby you need 20 investigating officers to establish the murder and robbery unit. So comparing a task team to a unit, according to me, does not make a reason. And the purpose of the 2019 work study, if you go through, was to check the feasibility of the establishment of specializing units within detective services. It was not meant for the assessment of the task teams. Another misinterpretation by the minister on the work study is where he recommends the current task teams to be subjected to an impact analysis by OD and strategic management in the provinces to ensure the feasibility and the existing of teams. So even that document is not recommending the disestablishment. It recommends the impact analysis and feasibility studies to be conducted, but to the provincial task teams. It's not talking to the national. The purpose of the implementation report by Colonel Mare was to determine the implementation status of the specialized units that were established. The minister further misinterpreted paragraph 8.9 and 8.10 of the recommendations. No task team be established without a written or approved documentation. That is one of the recommendations, which is contrary to disestablish the existing task teams. Instead, it says any task team that is established at provincial level must be with the approval of the provincial commission. And the second one talks to the current task teams to be subjected to an impact analysis, as I've indicated. That is what was supposed to have happened with the correct procedure of disbanding the national task team. The impact analysis was supposed to be conducted first. In terms of budgetary constraints and lack of oversight over the work of PKTT, I explained in my affidavit at length the oversight mechanism that was and still in place for the PKTT. Out of all the task teams that are currently on, it is and it was the PKTT that was having such oversight mechanism than all of them. So the budgetary constraint issue, that one was addressed by the CFO during her testimony, but one can confirm that during that time, PKTT was not the only task team that was in place. We had and we still have others that were in place since 2017, long before the PKTT in 2018, and they are still in place even today. So the issue of budgetary constraints cannot be applicable to the PKTT only. On the next paragraphs, I'm indicating those operations that are still on, that were on before 2018 and are still on. But then on paragraph 233, maybe let me start from paragraph 232, where we are reflecting to the contradiction during the very same December. When the minister then wrote the disbandment, earlier that same month, on the 9th of December, the minister then directed for the establishment of the task team in the Eastern Cape addressing taxi violence. The information note in relation to the formation of this task team indicates that the minister has tasked Major General Zulu due to the complaint by the families of the victims of murder in the Eastern Cape, which is normally the same reason that the task teams are formed for. So in the same month, earlier in December, the task team is formed, and then the same month, another task team is disbanded, and then the extension of other task teams. Then summing up the last reason that talks to the complaints against the PKTT. The reasons provided by the minister further includes the allegations of complaints which were received regarding the abuse of power by the PKTT from members who were part of and who were previously part or are still part of the task team. As the command structures at all levels, we have never received such complaints, so as we are able then to provide necessary feedback or accountability to the minister with regards to those complaints, because they have never been discussed with us nor verified with us whether they are true or not. That will lead me to the last part of the complaints received from Patricia Mashale and Mary de Haas, which were also cited as the reasons for the disbandment. According to our profile, Patricia Mashale is an information peddler who is talking whatever he is sent to talk about. But then from paragraph 240, we are putting the correct profile of Miss Patricia Mashale from when she was dismissed by the Department of Health due to desertion and was employed by SAPS without declaring that he was dismissed. Hence, then he was dismissed again in the SAPS because of that lack of declaration. She developed hatred for SAPS. That is the profile that we have. She developed hatred of SAPS up until such time that she formed a WhatsApp group of SAPS members for change that is made up of all members that are dismissed from the SAPS. So for her to talk anything negative about the SAPS, then it's not far-fetched. So all what she says, it needs to be verified before then maybe a decision is taken. On paragraph 240, we are mentioning just one example where Mr. Mashale, where Miss Mashale lied that Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo has a brother who is a Captain Kumalo in the SAPS. I have 3 brothers. None of them is a captain in the SAPS, but then these are issues. So it's really baffling that the minister will take such a person seriously without first verifying any of the allegations made by her. Maybe for the sake of time, I just need to say same applies to Mary de Haas.
Then General Kumalo, just to also briefly touch on some issues that came through from the evidence that were given by other witnesses in relation to the raid that was that happened at Mr. Matlala's residence and the seizure of his phones. Now, when Advocate Johnson appeared before the committee, it was alleged that the phones of Mr. Matlala was already on, and there were concerns that items might have been deleted. Now, we know in Mr. Matlala's evidence as well, there was an allegation that some items were deleted and then there was some tampering with his phones. Now, in paragraph 256 of your statement, you do not deny that the phones were on, but you provide an explanation as to why this was, and you deny that the phones were tampered with. Do you want to just briefly provide an explanation for why the phones were in fact on when it was collected from the PKTT?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to place on record that the allegations that data was deleted from the phones of Mr. Matlala are false. No one else other than us that were interested in all the information that we could get, because we were the only ones and are still the only ones that are investigating Mr. Matlala. Then addressing the issue of maybe why the cell phones were on. From paragraph 254, the phones were seized from Mr. Matlala on the 14th and were received by our digital forensic investigator on the 15th of May. And then on the 30th of May, the cell phones were handed over to IDEC as instructed by the National Commissioner. The digital forensic was still busy working on the phones. There were suspicions that there might be other reasons why IDEC is so urgently needing these phones, but then we made sure that the proper chain statements and processes are followed, whereby our digital forensic investigator, whilst the phone was still on, they were handed over to IDEC because he was still working on the phone when the instruction over came that the phones must be handed over. But the process of handing over in terms of resealing and completing the necessary handing over documents was done. Then after the phone content was downloaded, then the chats between Matlala and Mkhwanazi regarding this disbandment was discovered. Some of it is the one that I was talking to. So addressing the issue of possible deletion, the screenshots of these chats were taken, which explains that it's possible for a person to say, my phone was still active even after my arrest, because the metadata activity is still recording when our DFIs are working on the phone.
But it's not an indication of tampering. Okay. And then, General, just to go through some of the evidence that also came through during Mr. Matlala's evidence before the committee. And this is from paragraph 258 of your statement. Now, Mr. Matlala, in front of the committee, denied that he has dual citizenship, and he denied that he has an Eswatini ID. But in your statement, in paragraph 263, you said that the statement made by Mr. Matlala was false and that he was publicly, it was false that he doesn't have dual citizenship, and you, in your statement, attach some documentation which confirmed that he in fact does have dual citizenship and that he was not being honest before the committee. Do you briefly want to just explain the nature of the evidence that you've managed to obtain to support the statement that he does in fact have dual citizenship?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, it is us who identified through our investigation that there is a possibility of Mr. Matlala having the second identity book. And then we followed up that investigation, and we can confirm now that Mr. Matlala made a false statement in Parliament, as well as at court, on paragraph 28 of his affidavit for bail, alleging that the police had planted that photo of that second Swaziland ID in his phone, because that was his reason that it was planted. But then on our further investigation, together with the Eswatini authorities, and then Eswatini Ministry of Home Affairs confirmed to us that the ID of Mr. Matlala was issued, and that it was issued with a major procedural errors and irregularities. The Eswatini authorities confirmed that Vusimuzi Dlamini is not a citizen of Eswatini by birth, which is Kurt Matlala. They further confirmed that the personal identification number was created on the 12th of February 2024 and used to issue the identity book before the birth date was registered. The birth record was only registered 8 days later, which is the 20th of February. The investigation team in Swaziland, which is in constant communication with us, had already arrested a person and charged the Home Affairs official who facilitated that issuance of fraudulent ID, Swaziland ID, to Mr. Matlala. And is attached, confirmation to revenue authority is attached as my SDK 39.
We are coming to the end now. And this could possibly, your response could possibly also be part of your conclusion, General Khumalo. But just to address what you describe as a retaliation against members of the PKTT, in paragraph 277, you seem to suggest that there were a number of, or rather in your statement, you suggested there were a number of matters or cases that were open against members of the PKTT, which you say are not coincidental. And you say that they were orchestrated in direct response to the work that the PKTT have been doing in counterintelligence. Do you just briefly want to take us through the matters and why you have arrived at that conclusion?
In conclusion, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, with regard to that subject, I'll link it with the coincidence of the 6th of December, when then the IDEC investigation started against myself and my management, which culminated to our arrest then on the 26th of June on a new case. And then after that, we had picked up that there are a number of cases that were opened, like counter charges that were opened, most of them during the busiest month of 2024, which is December, against, I won't say really PKTT, I will say GCI Ops, because I've clarified the issue of PKTT coming in to assist and withdrawing. So all these cases are opened against the members of GCI Ops to counteract any investigation that they are carrying on.
Just to clarify, I mean, we've heard evidence on IDEC that has opened matters. or rather, you can see that from your statement that you specifically refer to. But in so far as IPIT is concerned, you've taken us through a WhatsApp correspondence between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkhwanazi. But there was, in fact, no case that IPIT pursued against members of the PKTT or the counterintelligence operation members. Or was there a case that IPIT also pursued against the members?
According to our information, there was an attempt through IPIT, as we have seen on the WhatsApp chats, and also there was information that there is a case that is supposed to be opened around Orlando. But then, of course, if you have a case opened against you, you will confirm the day the investigating officer approaches you. Then you confirm that indeed there was a case that was opened and it's investigated against me. And then the other cases that were opened in December again by the Katisom Life's family members, 3 of them. And then in January, Captain Mkhwanazi, who is the ballistic expert, who failed to provide the report I briefed the committee on, also opened then a case of kidnapping against the team, when the team then approached him to accompany them to his office to seize the hard drive as part of the investigation. And then during April 2025, also the PCI Eastern Cape was requested then to investigate another charge or case of corruption Act against PKTT members, which according to us is still forming part of this witch hunt and retaliation. Thank you, Chair.
And then, Chair, I just wanted to find out before we close off, or as we're closing off, whether General Khumalo has any closing remarks that he'd like to make before the members have an opportunity to question him. But if he doesn't have any closing remarks, Chair, that would be the end of my evidence.
You will give those remarks tomorrow after the last question. Can we?
Sorry, Chair, it's not my evidence, I'm reminded, but my questioning, leading of evidence.
Yeah. Can we give Advocate Mkhwanazi a round of applause? No, this is very brilliant. Can we do it again, honorable members?
Is the witness also allowed to clap, Chair?
Yeah, he is. I mean, let me tell you why we must do this. The women of South Africa in the generations of our forebears have never had this opportunity and have never dreamt about it. In fact, it was inconceivable. There was not even a television station for African people. So since we started with these proceedings, there are many South Africans who are following us on our parliamentary channel and other TV channels that we have in the country. And the communication section of Parliament has informed us that the viewership of the channel has increased tremendously since we started. So it means that there is something good that we are doing, but to give young African females coming from disadvantaged and marginalized, the hinterland of this country, an opportunity to show their abilities like the way Advocate Mkhwanazi has done. It's a tremendous achievement. And we want to thank you so much. You must never drop your head. If there comes a moment that you make a mistake, that mistake must not disable your movement forward. Rise and dust yourself and focus all the time. We want to thank you so much. Advocate Bongi Mkhize, is there anything you want to say?
There's nothing I'd like to say, Chair. I think, well done, Maria.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, and thank you so much for your testimony, General Khumalo. We want to thank you so much for your cooperation and for having availed yourself to this engagements. What we are going to do, honorable members, and I just want to indulge with you, General Khumalo. Your request has been made before us that at some particular time you will want to be released. I'm just going to request you to bear with us to stretch you for the next 2 to 3 hours. We should be done. We are going to do this, honorable members. Number one, during the interaction, you have asked so many clarity-seeking questions. I'm not going to allow any one of you to ask clarity-seeking question or a follow-up when we have allocated a speaker chance to ask the general questions. Number two, I have reduced the time of full-time members from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. So when we come back from break, we are going to take 8 speakers. 15 minutes for the alternate members, 25 minutes for the full member. And this is how that time is allocated. Honorable Ngola, because you are starting, you must listen to me. And let me warn Honorable Nomvalo from distracting you. What is going to happen when we come back at 20 minutes past 5? It will be Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. Their time runs until 20 minutes before 6. And then they will be followed by Honorable, yourself, Nomvalo, and Shongwe, until 20 minutes past 7. And then the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Cameron and Honorable Thope, until 8 o'clock. The last 2 speakers is 30 minutes. At 8:30, the committee adjourns. So it's going to be Honorable Matthews and Honorable James. So we would have allocated all the alternates time to speak tonight. Tomorrow, when we come here, we will then take Bangazita, we will take the EFF Mkhalaka. We take Bangazita, 25 minutes each. We take Honorable Sols. Then we come back, we take 50 minutes for Honorable Sangoni and Honorable Ntuli, 25 minutes each for Honorable Skosana and whoever will be here, Honorable Breitenbach from the DA. And then we will be done. If we still have time remaining before 1 o'clock or whatever time we decide to adjourn, we will check with the legal team if they have observations or some few questions to make before we close. So I'm going to request your cooperation, General Khumalo. Once we start and the clock strikes, once it's 7 o'clock, it means the 40 minutes for the ANC would have come to an end, you stop speaking. And when it's 20 minutes to 8, you stop speaking. The time of the MKP would have ended. I'm just saying the two of us, you and I, let's manage that time. Yeah, Honorable Souls.
Chair, thank you so much. Chair, I just want to register my concern and my vehement disagreement. The approach we used from the start of our committee was that we will spend enough time probing and interrogating. And I must say, I was pleased with how we started off, where you would give us an allocated time and the response of the witness doesn't impact on our time. But then, of course, you decided to change it and we submitted to that. And we continued, but the time I felt was very short, but we obliged. Yesterday, there was emphasis that we would want to ensure that we exhaust, we focus on probing and ensuring that we do what we can, we work as hard as we can to get to the truth. Today, the time is cut again from 30 to 25. And General Khumalo is not just any witness. General Khumalo is a prime witness. He's not a secondary witness. It's a key witness. And for us to be cut, it's as if we're now saying we're more focused on finishing, and we've allocated 2 days. So I'd like to register that and perhaps ask that maybe as a committee we should talk about that and see what the general feeling is. But I disagree vehemently. Thank you, Chair.
No, I take the point, Honorable Souls. The decision that I make within the confines of the expectations of members. It's not me. The members are the ones who said tomorrow they will wish to conclude business around 1 o'clock. Unless if members say we can start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I don't have a problem. I allocate you the time you have. And the time that we have is that one that I have said I'm going to allocate. But at the end of today's proceedings, if members, because tomorrow, the reason why I'm saying this is because tomorrow we're starting at 9 o'clock. So if members want to increase the time, you can say, no, let's start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's something that you can caucus during the break. You will come and give me a feedback what time you want to start tomorrow. Yeah, but I think the time that I allocated is sufficient given the time that you have tonight and tomorrow.
Yes, Chair. I just want to state for the record, I was not part of those members. I was not part of the consultation of 1 p.m. So please exclude me from that decision.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying that when I say you, I include you that during the break you can talk amongst yourselves as members of the committee and advise the chairperson. I'm your chairperson. When I speak every time here, I want to speak your views. Yeah, is that okay? So if you can caucus between yourselves and agree, when we resume, if there is going to be increase on the time allocated, it means the number of speakers for tonight is also going to reduce, and you shall have also worked out what time we must start tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'm amenable to your inputs, members. Can we break and come back at 20 past 5? Yeah. Yeah. It was eaten by yourselves. Yeah. We're only going to take 6 speakers for tonight, but have added extra 5 minutes to the full members of the committee. So it means the time will no longer be 40 minutes, it will be 45 minutes for those parties that will have alternates, is 30 plus 15. So it's now 27 minutes after 5. So what it means is that the time of the ANC will expire at quarter past 6. And then the MKP will expire at 19 hours and the DA at 19:45. And the rest of the members will come tomorrow. We are starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yeah, and we have agreed that there are not going to be any interjections. There is no member who is going to ask a follow-up question. If there is any member who asks a follow-up question, don't respond to that member. You just keep quiet and pretend as if you don't hear them. Yeah. What else have I not said, Chief Whip? I have said everything that you agreed on as parties. Okay. Let me identify the speakers. Is Honorable Ngola. 7 o'clock, you stop. Honorable Sokanyile, 7:15, you stop. Honorable Nomvalo, from 7:15 to 7:45. And Honorable Shongwe from 7:45 to 8 o'clock. That is your time. Yeah, and Honorable Cameron from 20 hours to 20:30 is your time. And the time of Honorable Thopa is 20:30 to 20:40. At 20:45, I'm going to stand up to leave this chambers. It means the time of the meeting has ended. Your time starts now, Honorable Ngola. And good luck.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, General Khumalo. Chair, I think the first observation is that the testimony is assisting. It would have more assisted had he appeared before some of the witnesses. But we understand that it was matters beyond yours and our control. You fell sick and we hope that you have fully recovered now. Chair, another observation is that it looks like within SAPS, the population of errand boys is increasing rapidly. I think those people who run errands on behalf of alleged criminals, but they are police officers, looks like the population is increasing. Chair, I think the first issue I want to raise with the general is that General Mkhwanazi has got a firm view that your arrest is indicative of the fact that you are a project from those who want to stand against the rule of law and from those who want to make the crime intelligence stagnant in such an extent that they stand opposed to the reforms in the crime intelligence. Can you tell us your view in that regard? You are a project of who? Why are you a project? What are these reforms?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. I agree with the views of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in terms of my arrest being a project coming from both sides. Firstly, as a divisional commissioner of crime intelligence with the reforms that one is implementing. There are lots of people that are not happy about them from within and outside the division, as well as the SAPS as a department. So that is seen on the campaign that is forever there, as I explained during my testimony, that there will always be negative publications that are bordering along some criminal activities. One has been told of so many attempts. I think even the testimonies in front of this committee can can indicate the attempts, number of attempts that have been made, looking for whatever that can make us able to deal with Khumalo. So unfortunately, most of those attempts were missed targets. And then until this one that then had to be forced to be termed criminal activity, of which one then was arrested too. I want to think that with the project itself, hence I indicated the coincidence of the 6th of December, when I came into picture and interested in the docket that were opened from Cape Town to Orlando, and then that indicates that then that was where the two projects were merged into one, targeting me as the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, and also now targeting me as the PKTT project leader, and also the GCI Ops is under my terrain because it's a counterintelligence project that is run, and I'm chairing the NEC of that project.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you know anything about the existence of the Big Five drug cartel? Are you comfortable to tell the people of South Africa their names?
I am aware of the existence of the cartel. I cannot be able for now to be able to identify them because the investigation is still ongoing.
That's acceptable. Let's go back to the dockets. The 121 dockets. Amongst them, there is a docket from an alleged GBV case from Tata. I'm sure you'll recall the Justice for Namhla thingy in Mtata. Mkhwanazi alleges that that docket was part of the 121 dockets. So the question that we asked him, which he said you're going to answer extensively on, is that was it because that you have characterized what is alleged to have happened to Namhla Mtwa as a political killing one? He alleges that part of what distracted you from pursuing the investigation is that it was taken to court. An application to interdict it was filed in court. So we want to know who filed it. What was the finding of the court? What is the status of the docket and the investigation now?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. There is somewhere in my affidavit where I indicate that the National Commissioner has got powers to allocate any other investigation to the KTT as he may deem fit. It happened when we were requested to send some of our PKTT members to the Eastern Cape for the University of Fort Hare. When then that investigation was successful, and then there were complaints of this NAMHLA case not progressing, and then powers vested on the National Commissioner, then he instructed that we also take over that investigation with our team that was already in the Eastern Cape. And then indeed we took over the investigation. We applied our methodology, doing most of the things that everybody else who has dealt with that case did not do. And then when we started the takedown operation on the same docket, then the main suspect went to court and interdicted us from getting closer to him. In other words, like stopping the investigation. We were very much shocked then to learn that the judge then did give that order of that interdict, but temporarily for a year, and then he postponed it to the following year to take the final, to make the final judgment. During that year, when we were waiting for the final judgment, all our witnesses were killed. And then after the year, then the judgment came in our favor. But then all our witnesses had been killed during the year when we could not move. So that it's true that that docket was part of 121 dockets, and as dockets were sent back to the provinces, it was also sent back to the Eastern Cape.
Thank you. Let's go back to your arrest. You are arrested by IDEC on the basis of what one would refer as a labor matter. One, do you know that the head of IDEC, Advocate Andrea Johnson, presided over a process that had her own husband?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, let's leave it there. I'm sure you know how the protocols on handling intelligence information. The head of IDEC tells the ad hoc committee that Mr. Adams came to her with a complaint that he found an intelligence information on his doorstep. But when he went to file the complaint, there was no intelligence information. There was just a report about a verbal report that I found this. So they did an affidavit. Will you tell us is that the official way of handling intelligence information? And in your view, do you think that IDEC should have acted in a verbal report of what was alleged to have been found at the doorstep?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. Although one, as I've indicated in my statement, I think I have only one paragraph talking to the case, because the learned friends, they say when a matter is sub judice and you are involved, you're not allowed to talk too much. But then when it comes to my understanding, because dealing with classified information, is one of my specialization fields. That was not the correct procedure. The correct procedure was for that document to be handed over to a vetted and security cleared person, and also to rely on, because it amounts to a hearsay. If in your statement you say, I got this information from a document that I found underneath the door.
Thank you. Let's pass it. I don't want to probe you much about this. As you have said, there's a trial underway. Where did you learn about the disbandment of the brigade? Or how did you learn about the disbandment of the brigade?
Like almost, thank you, Honorable Chair, like almost everybody, I learned it through the social media, which was a very painful experience, because I think it was on the second, on the second when then I started receiving calls. Now, I had to receive calls from all members of the PKTT as the project coordinator, asking me one and the same question that I could not answer. I ended up requesting Mkhwanazi to go and address the whole team, because we were in the dark, all of us. We just saw it on the social media. It was only on the 7th when I received the email from the DNC, which was also without this attachment. It was just an email directing me what to do.
On the 3rd of January, saying you must do a closing up report and submit it on the 13th of January 2025.
That's correct.
So that is 13 days after the actual disbandment letter. So the immediate effect was actually immediate.
According to my understanding.
Thank you very much. You sent a team to the University of Fort Hare to do operations there. There's an allegation that your team got bribed, and one of them got bribed with a gin and a polonel. What is your take on that? The 1.5, some of them got 1.5, a wallet and stuff. A wallet with it.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. My take and my understanding is there was no bribe that took place there. When we were introduced to the University of Fort Hare, we were given Mr. Plakis, who is the Director of Investigations, to be a contact person between the team when the team needs some documents and whatever from the university, because he's dealing with investigations. So we can practically say he was part of the team because he was spending most of his time with the team. A very generous gentleman who will buy lunch for anyone at any time, and then give freebies like a very rich person. So there was that rapport between him and the team, working together, and also him offering. But the offering and the goodies
was at winter, General.
I can't remember whether it was at winter. But what I want to underline in my answer is it only happened after the team arrested the hit coordinator, who at the later stage we find that he was talking with him. So it was during that period only. And he was attending all the cases when the team goes to court to place. When they went to place this particular one, he did not go to court. So already the team started to be suspicious. That was the time then he was giving freebies.
Thank you. I think the Polonek explains what season was it. Let's jump. Let's take matters to Herigwala now, where Orab Nomvalo comes from. Your detractors have a view that the firearms that were found to have been used to murder Siliso Magaga were firearms that came from crime intelligence. And that has brought your name into the center of the fracas that happened in regard to that case. What is your take on that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was leading the investigation that found those facts, and I was not part of crime intelligence by then. I was a brigadier at ORS, and after some time, whilst in the task team, I became a major general, still busy with the same investigation. So that part of evidence was uncovered by myself and the team. It's me who flew from Durban to go to Pretoria to have a meeting with the then acting divisional commissioner, crime intelligence, discussing those issues after we have uncovered that part of evidence.
Okay. The letter of the 31st of December 2024 covers three aspects. Covers the PKTT, which you are affected. Covers the ports of entry. I'm not sure if you are affected. It covers crime intelligence, moratorium on filling of vacancies, which you are also affected as the head of crime intelligence. It's now been a year since the moratorium. What impact did the moratorium have on the performance and the effectiveness of the crime intelligence of the country?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Especially if you are going to couple with our arrest and our prohibition from entering the premises or doing the crime intelligence work, the damage is very huge because already we were operating on a very limping scale. With those posts that were freezed. Now, when we are arrested, the very few remaining top management, and then one can say when we went back, we found that it's like we are starting from scratch. There are lots of things that have gone back to where they were, and then let alone then the outstanding issues that were not attended up to date.
You make an analysis of how drug cartels operate. You categorize them from major to minor, international, local, and stuff. And you say, in most cases, the big crime syndicates or big criminal cartels normally hold dual memberships. I mean, dual citizenships. In that, the member from that and that and that. How many do you have knowledge if Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has one or two citizenships?
According to our profile, he has got three.
He has got three.
Yeah.
And Mr. Matlala has got two, according to evidence.
Yeah.
So could we make a round off that they suit the characterization of drug cartels?
It's one of the most important requirements for you to serve in a cartel. As I mentioned during my evidence that you'll need to be able to move across so as then the commodities can also be able to move.
We had asked Please apologies if I'm rushing you. The chair is a very strict guy there. We have asked Mr. Cedric Nkabinde on what becomes his role in the senior management service meetings of the SAPS. And he alleged that actually he responded that he just goes there to support the minister, to just give a support work to the minister. But in your affidavit, you detail in respect of a winding down report that Mr. Nkabinde had a different view with Sibiya and the minister and all that. Is that true? Could it be that Mr. Nkabinde was not telling Parliament the truth?
It is true, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair. According to also my understanding, the staff officer is the assistant of the minister who must just keep records and decisions and assist the minister. But in one meeting that I'm referring to in my affidavit, he was part of the discussion and very vocal in terms of immediate disbandment.
Okay. So the PKT is a multidisciplinary team, as you explain it in your affidavit, that is prosecutorial guided, that is prosecution guided. So in your view, as the project leader of the PKT, to whom does the power of dissolution reside? Who holds the power to dissolve the political killings system?
According to my understanding, the power to dissolve has to come the way the establishment came. There's a time where I referred to the demobilization that will need 7 years if you had been in the operation for 7 years, because it has to start with discussions with the stakeholders. So as you are all in agreement at all levels, there are lots of levels of PKTT in terms of oversight and participation that I mentioned. Operational level, provincial steering committee, national, up until the IMC, who can then recommend to the president that they recommend the termination, according to my understanding.
Is it evidence that it is not correct to say the interministerial committee does not exist, but the Minister of Police just failed to convene it?
It is my strongest view, because we still having the file open and the file is active, and the last minutes are for September 2023, and then the other minutes are for the briefing of the president then in 2024. So according to me, then
what did the president say?
The president appreciated the good work and also gave his inputs in terms of the areas of improvement.
I'm asking because former Minister Cela even had gestures, and the president said, yeah, that's fine, good work, good work. On a lighter note, the last issue is that the firm view is that there are 3 aspects that led to the dissolution of the PKT. Is the work study, is the review of organizational structure and related matters. What is your take on that? That's my last question.
Thank you. My take on that, it's none of the 3 can be applicable to the decision to disband. The issue of the review of the structures, there is no structure of SAPS that you will find with a task team, because a task team is not a unit. So so using the reason of restructuring or reviewing the structure as a reason for disbanding, there will always be a reason for a task team to be established if there is a problem that needs swift, because a task team means you bring resources together and then your reaction time is much quicker. So there will always be, then on all three of them, I don't believe that the one that will fly.
That's fine. My time is up. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, General.
Honorable Sokanyile, your time starts now. Honorable Sokanyile, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mbona sekumbile Chairperson. Thank you very much. Sakubona General.
Yes, sanibona,
I think I will take the question that was raised by Honorable Ngola that talks about the cartels. He wanted the names of the cartels. Then I'm not going to talk about the cartels because in paragraph 108, you say that Mr. Molefe is a well-known cartel member. It's not you alone, the people who came here, that have raised that. But I want to check with you, what type of cartels do we have here in South Africa?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Currently, we have cartels that are concentrating on drug trafficking, which is linked, because once the syndicate graduates to a cartel level, it means now that syndicate is having different subsidiaries. There is a leg that is running cross-border vehicle smuggling. There is a leg that is running kidnappings. There is a leg that is running extortions, especially at business sites, the real extortions. And then there is a leg that, but then what brings the whole cartel together, the main commodity is drug trafficking. That is the type of cartel or cartels we currently have in the country.
So you can safely say that Brown, Mkhwanazi, Matlala, Molefe, Tau, all of them, they are members.
Not safely so, because they are operating at different levels. The Tau belongs to the hit squad that is sent by the cartel members for elimination, and then they have different levels. But from what we have collected so far, then also maybe I think there was a mention of Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi is, according to us, currently a cheerleader of the cartel, a person who's just running along the line, not really doing the real stuff.
Then if you're saying that Mkhwanazi is a cheerleader, because to me, how can you differentiate Sibia from those people?
Thank you. Thank you. There is an important leg, Honorable Chair, on the cartel that I explained in details. The criminal justice system leg that is playing mainly the protection and this to make sure that the cartel's activities are sustained.
They've got someone inside.
Yes. So in most cases, the stakeholders from within the criminal justice system are playing that role to say, you do, and then I'll make sure that the docket comes to my office or to my person, and then nothing will happen. And then it's another part of working for the cartel.
So there's no link with the minister who's, is he on a suspension or who's taken a leave? There's no link.
For now, our investigation have determined that indirect link that one explained at length in terms of through Mkhwanazi, through the chief of staff, but the direct link so far has not been determined.
Yeah, because there's no report that directly link him, except the people who want to be closer say that, for instance, your Matlala, when you went to Kumbamba, your Molefe, saying that I'm waiting for the minister. Oh, thank you very much. And then looking at paragraph 33, in paragraph 33, you make reference to your role in leading efforts to protect the integrity of SAPS from internal and external threats. I think this also includes these cartels. In high-level overview, what could constitute the internal and the external threat to SAPS, and how effective are the measures to deal with these threats?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That talks to the counterintelligence measures that we need to strengthen and put into place. What had happened within the division, as part of weakening of the division, that is part that was really neglected. We started with the current structures that were approved to escalate it to be at a directorate level, the counterintelligence environment. So as then we are able to deal, because we have since realized that the agent threats that needs to be dealt with are the ones that are within SAPS, are more dangerous than the ones that are coming from outside.
Okay. You talked about the 5-pillar approach plan that you have introduced within SAPS that assist in combating crime. I want to check, does all SAPS operations adopt and implement the 5-pillar approach plan that you have introduced? Because you said that it yielded result. Do all the operations use it?
It is supposed to be positive, Honorable Chair, that as I've indicated, that it was adopted by SAPS as the policing model because it promotes teamwork and coordinated efforts amongst all the different disciplines. But in terms of implementation, we have still a long way to go to make sure that it is really implemented across all SAPS operations.
Others, they resist in implementation.
unfortunately. So,
Okay. Okay, on the 14th on Wednesday, General Pahlane was here. He raised concern regarding your appointment as the head of PKTT, as well as being at the head of the division of Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence. What is your view about that? Because not General Pahlane, even Deputy National Commissioner raised a concern to say that you can't have PKTT being the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. I think even the minister said that they had to abruptly pull you back from PKTT.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe we can use that as one of the examples why there is still some resistance in terms of implementing five-pillar approach. Five-pillar approach, pillar number one, the lead pillar, that you cannot implement pillar number 2 to 5 without is intelligence collection, analysis, and coordination. So hence, it's easier for someone from that pillar, from that environment, to be able to lead. That's what makes it easier for me to lead the PKTT, even if I am the divisional commissioner. I've been leading the PKTT from when I was a brigadier in charge of national operations, and then I was promoted to be the component head of national operational coordination, still leading the PKTT, and then appointed the divisional commissioner. And if I compare, I find it much easier to lead the PKTT when I'm the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, and more especially because even within PKTT, pillar number one is intelligence coordination, analysis and coordination, which is my field of specialization in the current post. So according to me, it's not a problem.
Okay, because I thought it affected your performance being a divisional commissioner in crime intelligence. But when you are explaining it like this, at least now I understand. With regard to paragraph 38, you talk of ghost employees who were unlawfully employed, who are part of recruited 250. Can you elaborate in these ghost employees that we're talking about in paragraph 38?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe with the permission of the Chair, without getting into details in terms of the recruitment of 250 under the disguise of them being agents, I will talk to the irregular appointment of 250 and then put into the mainstream of SAPS. There was a project that was run in the division where then they were looking for the specialists that are going to serve as agents, and then that process then was misused because then the friends and relatives of senior managers were then employed at different rank levels, and without them doing what they were employed for, but then they were getting paid every month.
Then according to your own understanding, is the IMC still there? The steering committee that overlooked the PKTT, the operations of the PKTT?
According to, thank you, Chair. According to my understanding, there is government, there are departments, ministries, and then according to me, the IMC is still there.
It was not dissolved.
It was not dissolved according to our file that we are having.
But you don't get reports or about PKTT through it?
No, not anymore.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nomvalo, your time starts now.
No, she must go this way. The advocate. Your way. Correct. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
You are not wearing blue, and on television you appear between two advocates wearing blue.
Yeah, so what should I do? Do I appear properly? Should I proceed, Chair? Okay. Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. General, I think let's start here. On paragraph 126, page 43, you are saying, the National Commissioner appointed you to continue leading the investigation, the Jerry investigation. And thereafter, after we made progress, I would say you made some progress because you went to raid Matlala's house and so on. And thereafter, General Sbia changes your team without informing you. What did you do after that? After learning that the team that you were working with has been changed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It is the docket that was moved from being investigated by the team that National Commissioner had directed, and then to the other team that is in the Deputy National Commissioner's office. So then I reported the matter to the National Commissioner, as I've indicated that that happened during this most confusing and busiest period where these issues then were taking place. That's why maybe it took that long for the National Commissioner to reassign the investigation back to the team.
So when did you learn about this? That the dockets have been moved from one team to another? Can you recall the dates, the specific dates?
I cannot recall the specific date, but what I know, it was not long after the 6th of December, the operation, when that happened.
So how long did it take for the National Commissioner to reinforce the old team or to take dockets from the new team to the old one? The time in between, how long was it?
It took long, although I won't have specific time, but it took long. It took some few months for it to be corrected.
So during this period when the dockets were with the new team, was there any progress made on the investigations?
The one can say no, nothing tangible because the victim is still missing, and I think not. I think I met the mother last week as part of the engagements when we are dealing with the investigations of this nature.
Yeah, General, I'm asking you this notwithstanding the present circumstances. I know the results that we have not yet found, Jerry, the unfortunate results. But has there been any work that has been done on the dockets? Because there must be some notes that on this date, this was done, on that date, that was done. Were dockets only gathering dust, or there was some work that was done by the new team on the dockets?
Thank you. Well, I can request then that quick analysis from the new team to check then the activities that took place between that period and the time they took over, so as I can give the correct picture.
Look, General, my subjective view, I'm saying subjective view because I'm not saying it from an objective point of view. I've not taken time to thoroughly assess your work, but at a first value, I think you are a credible man. I think I must start by making that preface before I get into a point I want to get to. But I think you abdicated your responsibility with regards to this matter. You were supposed to intervene immediately after the dockets were taken from your team to another team. You're supposed to report the matter to the National Commissioner immediately and make constant follow-ups because you were appointed by the National Commissioner. You were not appointed by the Deputy National Commissioner, Sibia. So my view, General, is that you have allowed Sibia to run the show alone. You have allowed Sibia to run the show alone. And if it was not for the bravery of General Mkhwanazi, which he displayed on the 6th of July, today we will be faced with an elephant called Sibia in SAPS doing all sorts of shenanigans that you are alleging that he was doing. Do you agree with me when I say that you faltered? I mean, you committed a mistake by not intervening immediately on this matter.
I took note and agree, Honorable Member.
And my view is that if there is nothing that was done on the dockets, then Sibia defeated the ends of justice. Because you can't take dockets which are being worked on, you take them and put them somewhere to gather dust. That is defeating the ends of justice. And that necessitates an action from your part. You must open a case against Bia for defeating the ends of justice. Do you agree with me if I say that?
I do agree, Honorable Member.
Now, let's go to your arrest, which Honorable Ngola has partly spoken about. When Advocate Johnson was here, we asked her about the referral. In terms of the information at our disposal, the referral is an affidavit that is deposed to by the deponent. That an affidavit of that referral was not submitted at the time when the complaint was made. So in summary, there are discrepancies, procedural discrepancies in your arrest. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware, Honorable Member.
When did you become aware of that?
As soon as we received the copies of the docket and then going through the whole docket, then we realized that, as I've indicated, that as the matter is at court, maybe then I won't be able to talk that much on what did we do after realizing that.
So you also noted these discrepancies?
Yes, Honorable.
Did you raise any formal complaint? Did you lodge any formal complaints in that regard or institute any legal action?
Maybe to give a round answer and say, yes, there is a process that is ongoing.
To the best of your knowledge, are those documents classified? I'm asking because we requested for some from Advocate Johnson, and she said she is not going to give us those documents because they are classified. What is your knowledge about that?
The section 27 referral is supposed to be an affidavit.
Correct.
That is containing the prima facie facts from the complainant. So it can never be a classified document. That is
So
my
it's a lie. It means if it was said under oath, then this committee must open a case for perjury. Because lies, if what you are saying is anything to go by, it means lies were told here in this committee. Because that's what Advocate Johnson said. I asked personally Advocate Johnson to give us that information, and she said she can't give it to us because it's a classified information. So that's a pure lie.
Yes, an affidavit, especially that is going to be used for investigation, cannot be a classified document.
You know, I was delighted when I was reading your statement, especially on the part where you say your scope was extended to also investigate killings which involve traditional leaders. I was excited because it's another growing pandemic in KZN, which had no adequate response in terms of a response from SAPS. There is a case, General. I've got a family here in Swartberg. It's a royal family. They lost their chief. If my memory serves me well, they lost him in 2024, between 2024 and 2025. I do have their case number. Since they lost their chief, they've never received. When I spoke to them last year in December, I think it was 12 months after they lost the chief. They never received even a single update from the police station. The case was opened in Swartberg police station in KZN. To date, they have not received any update of what is transpiring in that case. Are you aware of that case, General?
Thank you, Chair. I am not aware as the honorable member is narrating, but if I can get the case number, because we recall our cases with the case numbers, I can be able to follow it up. If it's within the team already, then I can be able to make a follow-up in terms of how far is the
The case number, General, is I think this is 04/06/2024. That is the case number. And the allegation by the family here, General, is that they were victimized for the land that they own, a dairy farm. And there are politicians who are involved in fighting them over their land. It's a land with a lot of commercial capacity, and people who have nothing to do with that land, who are abusing their power of being politicians. Some were mayors in local municipalities in Herikwala, are involved, are conniving, they are in cahoots with criminals to fight that family over its land. So I would be very happy, General, if you attend to this matter expeditiously so that the family can at least find closure. We know that we can no longer, they can no longer get their father, the chief, but the least that can make them happy is to see justice done. So I can be very excited if you can attend to it expeditiously.
Will do so.
Then part of the reasons, in accordance with the explanation of the Minister of Police, Minister Mkhwanazi, why he disbanded the team. I thought Honorable Mkhwanazi is going to mention it as well. He mentioned 3. But the 4th one, in his rationality, is that there were complaints from members of the public. He didn't mention many names, despite our request to him to do so. The only names that he mentioned in his affidavit is a name of Patricia Mashale and Mary Dihas. Now, the first question that I would like to ask in that context, did you ever receive any formal complaint from Patricia Mashale or from either Patricia Mashale or Mary Dihas?
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, I think it's included in my affidavit that as the command of the PKTT, we have never received any complaint from either Ms. Patricia Mashale or Mary Dihas, even through the office of the minister. So we were taken aback by that, but then because we were hoping and thinking that the minister will then give us the opportunity to respond to whatever complaint or allegations are raised by members of the public, so as he is able then to take a decision.
So you've never received any formal complaint?
Nothing.
So it was news to you during the proceedings of this ad hoc that there are complaints that were made by them, which influenced an executive decision taken on the 31st of December, 2024.
That's correct, Honorable Member. The only complaint from the public that was received through the office of the minister is from the AfriForum, and then it was then responded to accordingly, and then the matter was finalized. So one would have hoped that those complaints will also be handled the same way.
Okay. Let's move to another one. On page 26, you are making an analysis of cases that were dealt with by the PKTT. And within those cases, there are cases to which prosecution was declined. Now, my legitimate expectation, informed by the formation of the PKTT, is that there should be no cases that are declined to be prosecuted, given the fact that this multidisciplinary approach allows a collective engagement before cases or before dockets are open and before cases are enrolled. Now, when I see the statistics in your analysis, I think the cases dropped after the dedicated prosecutors were designated. I think the number dropped to 20.
Yeah.
But my expectation in general is that there should be zero, because you have a prosecutor here working with a police officer. Before the police officer could open a docket, must seek either advice or guidance from the prosecutor before they even go to court. Because here we're having an exclusive design, the multidisciplinary design, But now you still have cases which were declined in the presence of prosecutors. Now, what could be the reason?
Thank you, Chair. We have done a deep dive analysis on that. Most, if not all, of the decline to prosecute are intimidations that will be lacking the other crucial elements of crime, which are normally flowing from the made up intimidation. We have picked up that it's happening a lot also in the same province. When you are appointed a councillor, and then you have your connection that must provide guarding services or protection services for yourself. And then you must then create that scenario. So most, if not all, of these cases that are declined to prosecute are the intimidations that are not having all the elements.
So you have no reason, we have no interest of pursuing them further. So there are no cases which were declined on the basis of insufficient evidence.
We after the capacitation of the team, including the prosecution, we never experienced that anymore in terms of murder cases.
General, are you a brave man?
Yes.
When General Spear was here, he analyzed your character with ease.
Yes.
With ease, and you could see that he was under no fear. If we can give you an opportunity here to give an analysis of Mr. Spear, of General Spear's character, what would you say?
In terms of work, he is a person who does not like possess the necessary skills, especially at that level, to be able to lead, especially such a critical directorate where he is in charge of crime intelligence as well as the detection side of the police.
In terms of credibility and integrity?
Doing that assessment, he won't pass also. If I'm personally doing that, he won't make it above 50.
And how is your relationship with him? How is your relationship, the official and personal relationship?
I'll start by saying there is no personal relationship. And then official relationship, I used to define it like a romantic relationship that is having stages, and I can when I was appointed the Lieutenant General, Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, General Spear was a Major General in charge of organized crime. We were working. He will be in my office now and again because crime intelligence, we work mainly with organized crime and DPCI. Even the Fort Hare project, when the team was moving to University of Fort Hare, General Spear was part of that. So I will say I was a senior by then working was much easier. But then a day he was then promoted to the same rank with a different designation. Then that's when then the relationship, the working relationship changed. And I think as part of National Commissioner's evidence, he highlighted the meeting we had for, I think, about 6 hours, the three of us, trying to find out as to what is the problem. But then we could not get the answer from his side.
You said when you responded earlier to a particular question, it's you who uncovered that a gun that was used to murder Cindy Somakaka was from crime intelligence.
Yeah.
Did you uncover who was behind that from crime intelligence?
Yes.
And
we did.
where is that person now?
One of them is our Section 204 witness in terms of that investigation route. And then some of them are still serving. The investigation is ongoing in terms of that second level of the resources that were used from crime intelligence, because it's not related to the matter itself. That is at trial stage. Hence, then there was a decision between us and the prosecution to separate the two investigations.
So the PKTT will proceed until when? It's operating now, correct?
Yes.
So we'll proceed until when?
The PKTT will proceed until the decision is taken to terminate its existence the correct way. But my personal view is, instead of PKTT to be terminated, I would say the methodology needs to be spread throughout the country, not under the name PKTT, but then under any other name that will help us deal with organized crime.
I'm influencing you, General, to influence your bosses that the PKTT must never be dissolved before the local government elections. It did a very great job. KZN today is a peaceful province because of that PKTT. So the people of KZN need protection. If anything, it must be beefed up. More resources must be put to protect the people of KZN. So anyone who says the PKTT must be dissolved before local government elections, that person has an ulterior motives. He does not care about the people of KZN. It must proceed, it must do its work uninterrupted. On page 15, General, paragraph 40, you are saying when you are appointed as the divisional commissioner, you introduced some interventions which were met by some resistance from some members at the senior management level. Who are those members?
In most cases, through you, Chair, it will be the senior managers that are supposed to be part of my top management, as well as some of the provincial heads. And then we resolve that by transferring some of the provincial heads out of the division.
So the only consequence management was to transfer them?
No, others that...
no DC hearings, nothing?
We have done a lot in terms of disciplinary processes. Some of them were dismissed. Some of them are still appealing the dismissals. Some of them were transferred. So we have stats on that.
Okay. So do you know Meriti has?
I used to hear about her. I only managed to see her clearly when he was appearing in this committee on TV, but I've never met her.
You've never met her. And Patricia
Also-
Mashale,
Also, I do not know her.
you were seeing, in fact, Patricia has not appeared before this committee. So you were seeing Mary Tihasi, facially for the first time.
For the first time.
Okay. You have also spoken in your statement about organized crimes. And you are also saying that they have an interest of capturing those who are in the echelons of leadership. Has the PKTT or has there been no attempt to influence politically first before we go to organized crimes? Has there been no attempt to influence the PKTT?
Plenty of times there have been those attempts such that part of the strategy that is used by the PKTT is whoever at the highest level comes forward with seems correct information is your suspect number one. So it does happen.
So it does happen. Can you mention some politicians who attempted to capture the PKTT?
Not off the head, because as I've indicated that it's something that will happen after each and every investigation that will happen. You'll get a call or the commander will say, I got a call from Councillor so-and-so wanting to share information. And then they will deal that using our strategy of verifying without then taking it at face value, because we have learned to understand that that is the strategy of getting closer to the task team.
My two last questions, because I'm running out of time, so I think I won't come back. Has there been an attempt by organized crimes to capture or to influence the work of the PKTT, not by politicians now, by organized crimes? And then lastly, do you have a reporting mechanism that you espoused as the PKTT to keep the affected families informed? Because there was a complaint that family members do not get updates of cases which involve their family members. So do you have a mechanism which is written down to say, with time frames, to say at this particular time, an update must be given, and so on and so forth? Thank you very much, General. We had a very good and healthy conversation.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe, your time starts now.
Respond. Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Shongwe, your time starts now.
Yebo, Chair. Ngicela ukuthi siqhubeke lapho, ngizoqhubeka lapho, Chair. Ngaqhubeka ngisho manje.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. It's one of
General Kumalo, Honorable Shongwe has not asked you a question.
Sawubona babu Khumalo. Baphila Mtunga.
Ngiyaphila mhlonishwa.
Siyabonga. Ngenze sokuqaphelizwa ke manje. Baba Mashobane.
Yebo.
Ngicela ukuthatha leli thuba ngibongele umzansi wonke ekuthenini ube indoda ethembekile emsebenzini wakho, nanokuyinikela futhi ekuthenini noma kabe uyingozi kangakanani ukugijimisa lezi gebengu enigijimisana nazo. Futhi bathe angibonge nobaba Khumalo lapha emva kwakho, indoda ebopha kakhulu.
Is
So,
exposed.
ngithunywa abantu nabo. Ngicela ungichazisele i-character kababa uMkhwanazi, ukwazi kwakho, ngokumazi kwakho. Ngokushesha nje.
Ubaba Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, KZN.
Yes, sir.
A very difficult character to almost everybody. I met him when I came to Pretoria at a long time ago. He was here already. So he is a person that is not easily understood by most of the people. But he is a committed person on more especially on serving the people of this country.
Uyathembeka mhlawumbe.
According to me, uthembeke kakhulu.
Now uyamthemba.
Kakhulu.
Ubaba uSibe uyamthemba?
Ha.
Awumthembi.
Ha.
Njengoba u-investigator kulezi zinto oyitholile, khona into oyitholile ezubugebengu noma eyisoliso ukuthi angaboshwa.
Ubaba uSibe.
Baba uSibe.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi yes now kodwa khona there are lots of possibilities.
Bezinto esolo ukuthi ungambopha.
Yeah.
Uvinjwa yini ukuthi umbophe?
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry. Chair, please pause my time.
Yeah. Point of order taken, Honorable Solis.
Yeah. Chair, may we please have translation for our benefit?
Okay. Honorable Shongwe, if you ask a question in your mother tongue, may you also help us to translate it to English.
Chair, that will hamper my time, Chair. Before you start this Katsami, Chair, asike sithi kuba. Bama Shobani, uthe uvinjwe yini ungabopha ubaba uSibe?
Ubaba uSibe, like any other person who is subject of investigation, has to be arrested when the investigation is complete. We don't believe in investigating after arresting. So in most of our cases, that's how we work, and that's what we are encouraging with the PKTT methodology. So whoever is a suspect needs to be investigated and then arrested when we are done.
Uthe ubaba uSibe wena wazi lutho ngesiphoyisa ukaze awuna experience. So ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uphade yachi lo kubophile unolwazi ngaye mhlambe ne-experience yakhe.
According to the profile that I'm having of Patriarch, the profile, I worked with him when we were both at crime intelligence. I've never heard of him doing any investigation. I met him at crime intelligence. I left him at crime intelligence until then he went on pension or resigned, something like that. So that is what I know about him.
So ungakwazi wakha experience.
No, I can't.
Because ubaba Nqoli yakubuza la ukuthi ubaba Mkhwanazi uthe ukuboshwa kwakho bekuyi project. Phinde wathi ukuvalwa kwe-PKTT was a project. Manje umbuzo enginawo uthi le project kahle kahle beyisiza abantu. Ubani lo bekazoboshwa after i-31 or ngoJanuary makuzophuma iletha. Ubani lo bekumele nimbophe kwagijima kwaphuma iletha ngokusheshsha ukuthi vimbani benibamba abantu.
There are a lot, baningi Hlonishwa
Awungepha
abantu.
abawu-4 nje kuphela, ngifuna ubona ukuthi uthembakele. 4.
Okusivimbayo kunye ukuthi
Umthetho.
umthetho wase South Africa uthi asikwazi ukusho singakamvezi umuntu enkantolo.
Ngoba isikhathi sami sesizongishaya, uWinnie Mandela wesikhashana ukubophile.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes. We definitely, I think, Chair, after this, I'll just write all of this.
No, Chair,
questions
you
maybe.
must make a ruling then, make it a standard and let us understand whether
No,
we
no, no,
we
no.
are allowed to do
Let me
that.
let me tell you, honorable member, I don't want to be thrown into your debate. If you want to get involved in a debate like this one, discount me in this kind of a debate.
I'm not debating, Chair. I'm requesting to participate in understanding the exchange for our benefit. That's what I'm asking. I'm not even saying the honorable member should not speak in his mother tongue. I'm saying then translate so that we can participate and understand what the question is and then link it with the response. That's my request.
Yes, your request is a very genuine request. And the use of mother tongue by the honorable member is equally important. It's not a point that we can ignore in a country like ours. But all of you as honorable members, from day one when we started to describe situations like this one, I used a word called reasonableness. If you know what the word reasonableness means and understand it, you will help us to move forward in such a way that each one of us will be accommodated. Honorable Nombalo.
No, Chair, we're really offended by Honorable Saul's behavior. If these translators are not working, then that's none of our business. It's in his right, Honorable Shongwe, to speak a language of his choice. People must not jump like popcorns here. Please don't interrupt us. This is our speaker on the floor. It's his time. And if he likes, when he comes, he can speak Afrikaans. No one will interrupt him.
All right, Chair.
No.
I have no problem with mother tongue.
I'm
just asking for
Honorable Solse.
understanding.
Honorable Solse, may you please listen to me? Because I'm still trying to digest what the honorable member wants to mean when he uses the word popcorn. Honorable Nombalo, can you say popcorn again?
Popcorn, Chair.
What does that mean in
It means we are jumping.
committee proceedings like
It
like
means we
this
are
one?
jumping, Chair, constantly.
Yeah.
That's what Honorable Saul is doing. He keeps on interrupting our speaker.
Can
And
we-
we've never interrupted him when he speaks,
Can
when
we
he's on
look
the floor.
for another reasonable word to use that?
He must stop interrupting our speaker, Chair.
Is
The
it-
translation
is
is not
it-
working,
is
then
it-
that's none of our business.
Is it
Why
diffi-
should it be attributed to our speaker?
Is it difficult for you to say the honorable member may kindly stop interrupting?
He must stop interrupting our speaker, Chair.
You know, I want to say this to you, honorable members. Let's respect each other when we are in this committee or in this National Assembly. Number one is that all of us are human beings, and we want to be regarded and addressed as such. Number two is that the work that we do here is in service of the people of South Africa, some of whom you met during the Christmas break, and they appreciated the kind of work that you are doing for them. And some of them also see you as role models. the way you conduct yourself and the way you execute our responsibilities. And I just want to make that plea to you that in whatever manner that we address each other, it must be in keeping with the values that the people of South Africa embrace. The plea by the honorable member is not something that can plunge the meeting into chaos. And it's not something that can agitate any one of us. It's a genuine plea. And I thought we should treat it as such. If we do not have translation services here, there is a staff of parliament which knows the problem and will make a commitment to say in future, let's arrange with the administration of parliament to have translation services. You can't go to war on something like that one. And it's not something which can agitate us to start calling each other names or using words that are unreasonable for us to use here. So may you please, Honorable Nomvalo, withdraw the use of
I
the word
withdraw, Chair.
popcorn. May you please apologize to the honorable member.
I withdraw, Chair.
May you please apologize to the people of South Africa who are watching you.
No, but Chair, I'm doing what is within the rules.
South Africa
Withdrawing,
is watching
I've
you
withdrawn,
now.
Chair, I've withdrawn.
Thank you, sir.
Withdrawn.
You are withdrawing. Yeah, thank you. Your concern is noted, Honorable Souls. Unfortunately, now we may not have any way to resolve it if we are unable to persuade the member to use the language that will benefit all of us. But what is very, very important is that as Parliament, we also have a duty to protect and promote the use of African languages. And with that said, we will check with the administration of Parliament if there is a possibility for them to support us with interpreters. Honorable Souls.
Can I just be very clear, Chair, that I agree with the promotion of African languages must be spoken freely. Equally so, we must balance it out with, for the purposes of the work that we are doing together, we must understand the content so that we can all be efficient. And it is from that direction that I come. But I'm not at all saying the honorable member should not speak in his mother tongue.
Yeah.
I'm asking for indulgence so that I can appreciate the content of what he is saying. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosan.
Ngithokoze umgcini sihlalo. Ngicabanga ukuthi you know senze umraro la khona la sihleli khona la. Nga raise an issue here when the plenary was sitting here about the issue of language. Ngaphakamisa kanengi bagcine bacaca ngikhuluma ngesindebele ukuthi ekhaya ngoba thina abantu esiba representako whereas abanye bathi abahambe or bathi abenzeni thina abantu esiba representako babantu abakhuluma ilanguage engikhuluma ko le. Now iparlamente ilungu elihloniphekeleko kungenzeka ukuthi likhuluma into erehe nje mara ngiyayivala ngiba ukuthi umgcini isihlalo le language esinayo language board or language board or niyibizane ama interpreters are not enough in parliament mara sikwazi ukuthi ke sikandelelwe sibanjwe ngomphimbo ukuthi ifanele sikhulume ilanguage ngo abosolo bayikhuluma ababafunako bake batsho lapha esitena bathi abahambe and isikhethu leso. Now ngiyanibawa no ukuthi iparliament akazokubhalelwa ukuqatsha abantu abazokukhuluma ilanguage esikhulumako. I'm just saying ukuthi singayirarulula mani into encane nje kunabantu abalena emleji Labantu abasemleji abafuna ukulalela ukuzwa ukuthi ukhuluma njani njengo chairperson. Akwazi ukukhuluma isikhuwa sizokurara nawe ngelinye ilanga. Ngiyakuthokoza mgcini sihlalo.
Look, I don't think that we should debate the point. Because what you are doing, you are debating the point. This is not, but let's not debate it. I think
I'm not debating, Chair. I'm just raising the concern. Thank you, Chair.
the honorable member raised a concern, and his concern is located between two competing imperatives. So I don't think it's a matter which we should debate, but at the heart of it is that, listen to what the point is. At the heart of it is that it is not the quality of the team that wins games, but it is the quality of interactions between the team players that will make us a winning team. You can get players of good quality if they play for individual brilliance. You will never win any game, but the quality of interactions in a team is the one that is going to make the team succeed. Can we please proceed?
Dank u, Chair. Ek is jammer, meneer Sol. Die probleem is dat wanneer ek praat Engels en ek praat van my hart, ek praat nie lekker Engels nie. Ek praat soos ek praat nou. So with all respect, I agree with you, but I hope Parliament fixes that problem and gets us interpreters on time. Ek is jammer, meneer. Does he accept my apology? Mashoba, ngiyaxolisa mphathi wami ngixolela kakhulu baba. Kuvamile ukuthi
Honorable Shongwe, come in, Honorable Sols.
Honorable Shongwe, I'm a black African brother. I don't blame you. I'm asking you for us to be productive. I want to join you, but I don't blame you for the issue. But we shouldn't be made to feel like because I'm the blackest in the room and I only speak Afrikaans and English from Eldos, that I'm not an African in this country. Coloreds are Africans in this country. And so I don't blame you, but if that's your choice, Chair, for the sake of progress, I will understand, but I wanted to participate as it is required of us. And your analogy was perfectly placed, but we will leave it to the honorable members to decide. Thank you, Chair.
In fact, if we were going to use complexion as a measure, you were going to be the most African amongst us.
I agree. And history has twisted the understanding that we are not African because of where we come from. I'm African as everybody else here, no matter what language I speak. It's my country. I have no other country. Because Khabura Iche and us Baizani. Mara's all right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
Canons first up meneer.
Yeah, no, excel, meneer. Excel, Baba Mashoban, se kuvamile ke ukuthi makukhuluma mina ke ngiphazanyiswe bese ushe athathe isikhathi sami ke asifake lapho. Kodwa lo 13 minutes wamosele angusebenzise kahle. Bengibuza indaba yaka mama uWinnie Mandela wesikhashana samanje. Umama uWinnie Mandela ukubophile. Mangilandele indaba yakho nthi ukubophile lapha e-airport wakuvimba kufaka ozankosi wabukisa ngawe. Kodwa mangilandelela indaba yakhona umama Johnson, Andre Johnson, advocate. Naye wenza into efanayo yokuthi ahlaleke yena futhi yakhe iWest ngoba wahlala nendoda yakhe kwi-panel waba khona lapho ubuye aqambe namanga ukuthi waphumela ngaphandle. So Baba Mashobane, wena ke sowuhlulwa yini ukuthi uyombopha ke yena ke nawe so found out ukuthi ukushayela into efana nale yenzela usabeni ubandiswe yini?
Ngiyabonga mhlonipheki that. No, akukho kubambile kodwa one ucabanga ukuthi when the time is right kufanele kwenziwe into right. Okwamanje sisadila nalo mcimbi lo wami.
Isekhona le ndaba yokuthi iqala libola ngithi ikhona esibhedlela.
Yeah, because
Lingaboli ke mphathi futhi usheshe ngoba uyamosha. Nginenkinga la. Ngokubuka kwakho umuntu onjani umuntu njani mhlawumbe olalela ugogo uMeredihas bese athatha isinqumo. Umuntu onjani othatha leyo umlalelayo lo mama amlalele bese athi hayi angisithathe lesi sinqumo. Kusuke kuwumuntu onjani? Mhlambe kwalithola ithuba wambukela ugogo uMeredihas mayekhuluma kulamalanga nathi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uminister umbona umuntu onjani noma umuntu onjani uthatha isinqumo ngenxa kaMeredihas.
Uma kuwumuntu ophelele ngokomqondo, umuntu angazi kahle igama lesizulu o desperate ukuthi I can take whatever that I can make a reason. Because out of everything that umama uDihase is saying, there is nothing akukho kwenza isense. Ungakulalela kwenza isense.
Usho ukuthi bamashobani nawe ucabanga njengoba ngicabanga ukuthi kunenkulumo oyivezile la wathi buye kwaba ne-interdict efakwayo makumele nibopha abantu kwase kubulawa ama-witnesses enu sase yasiphuma i-judgment emva kwalokho kodwa mayiphuma i-judgment iphuma sewabulewa amalokhunja ama-witness. Ngibuyela la ekuthenini kuba nento emele yenzeke bese kuphuma iletha nge-31 evimba ukuthi ningasaqhubeki manini kanjalo kuthiwa immediate stop. Then emva kwaloko kuba nezigameko ezenzakalayo suddenly sekuthiwa no immediate ubungasho ukuthi mani manje qhubekani. Yini le ethengwele isikhathi yavinjwa noma kwangaboshwa labantu laba bekumele baboshwe? Ngisabuza futhi ukuthi obani labantu bekumele baboshwe kulesi sikhathi lesi le window period lethengiwe bekuthengelwani ngoba into kaMeredihas ayingenzeli sense ukuthi kungaba yiyona ethathwe ngayo isinqumo. Mina ke ngivumelana naye ubaba uMqhunu mayethi akasithathanga isinqumo ngenxa kamama uMeredihas but usithathe ngesinqumo ngoba khona ekuvimbayo. Wena uphikisana nami lapho uthini makuthi uyaphikisana mphathi?
Angiphikisani nawe through you chair. Ingakho nje ubufakazi bami kwi-affidavit buna those suspicions ukuthi it cannot be because onke lama reason afaka even umama uDihas aqhamuka after the decision in terms of the investigation. Our investigation is very wide. Yes, siyavuma ukuthi ikhubazekile as besiqala take down and then we were on the roll. Sihamba sithi sifuna ukwenza impact as quickly as possible. Yaphazamiseka. Kodwa yaphazamiseka kabili. Iphazamisekile ngama disbandment nama uncertainties between January and June. Then June saboshwa yaphinde yaphazamiseka further. So almost ngonyaka wonke but siyazama ukuthi siyibuyisele on track.
Are you promising mina nama South Africans ukuthi lezi nyanga ezo2 even lami la ngaphandle lobe ligcwele?
Yeah, isathembisa.
Okay.
Isathembisa.
Ubaba uFan uGeneral Fan wathi yena ioffice lakhe aliyibonanga into wrong ngetender kaKhet Matlala. Ngokwazi kwakho kukhona into wrong kule tender laKhet Matlala?
Emva kokulalela ama-discussions ngethula ubufakazi ngithe thina operational people asazi lutho ngama-tender issues but okwasithusa ukuthi after our operation and then everybody came out talking as if they are like us. Ukuthi they did not, babengayazi le tender. Ithe besingayazi tender. Siqala ukuyizwa kuma-court papers. Futhi siqala ukuyizwa on the 6th during the discussion no Matlala sitshela ukuthi une-tender and usebenzisa even i-permission yokusebenzisa i-hospital college wayithola through wayediscussa no-General Sibiya, things like that.
Cabanga ukuthi uchair usezongivalisa. Kodwa ngicela ukwenza nasi isithembiso. Ngoba ngixakwe yinto kababa uma umela la. Uma nithathela umuntu izinto niyibamba usuke kunecala lapho, right?
Yeah.
Suke kumoshakele crime leyo, right? So kune crime or something. So akaboshwanga ngani uma umela makuthathwa la Lamborghini akhe usele endlini yena kodwa izinto ziyahamba. Kuza kanjani lokho?
Kuncika kwi-investigation approach esetshenziswayo i-team ephenyayo. I-team ephenyayo njengamanje ile ebizwa nge-SIU. So indlela le eqala isebenze ngayo ukuthi iqale ifreeze ama-assets bese iyaqhubeka ne-investigation.
Before ngibuya ngizobuya kulelo lephuzu leli. Kule story lezi ezikhulunywa ngobabucele Ndosi ukuthi uthe kuma kuKhet Matlala ka fabricate izitori zama Rolex watch nama laptop. Uyayikholwa ukuthi ikhona lento le show ukhethe?
Le mina ngitshelwe ubaba uNdosi. Ngiyayikholwa ngoba siyithole kuqala before even I was even told by him. Siyithole kuqala ukuthi uKhet was seen wearing the same Rolex watch by other people saying the same thing, ukuthi I was influenced ukuthi I must frame these charges. So sikholwa ngalokho ukuthi it was not for the first time.
And who was the influencer?
uJenerali Sibiya.
uSibiya.
Yeah.
So nalapho futhi akafuni ukubapha uSibiya.
Those are allegations that we investigate.
Ngithembisa nakho njengesishaya mthetho nami engikubonayo la okuvimbe wena ukuthi uqede lama arrest. Yabo manje sibalekelwe enye indoda ebathi uPaulo Sullivan. Kumile ile phesheya. Silibaza umthetho lo osusebenzisayo wala South Africa kuthiwa i-Roman Dutch law. Ngoba ngabe sebenzisa wethu umthetho. Labantu ngabe bala eSouth Africa futhi ngabe abanye babo baboshiwe. So ngiyabona ukuthi common denominator la is this constitution engayona yama South Africans that I think we should consider as members of parliament in fixing and focusing on the laws that are hindering amaphoyisa to arrest people. You'll find a person or repeal 3 days uphumile ungaphandle. You'll find a murderer uphumile ungaphandle because of this Roman Dutch law. So I promise to you Babu Khumalo ukuthi sizosebenza ngamandla somkhonto noma ngeke ngithi thina ama members of parliament ukuthi siwushintshe lona mthetho onivimbayo ukuthi omama labo oWin Mandela abamanje abanibophayo manisebenza banivimbe ukuthi nibopha abantu basebenzise lo mthetho ukuthi banivalele ukuze nivimbeke ningabopha abantu abafanele. Isithembiso sami le Nkosi Busisi ngiyabonga mshobana.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron.
Thank you,
Now,
Chair.
it's now 7:15. So your time with Honorable Topper combined is up to 21 hours. The time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General Khumalo. General, I'm going to start with the issue regarding senior level exposure and general misconduct. You've referred to it several times today. You have many years of experience in SAPS. Let me start by asking whether your responsibilities place you in a position to receive intelligence reports. We know it obviously does. internal complaints or operational briefings relating to misconduct of senior SAPS officers? So, I mean, you've already indicated yes for those who didn't see. Based on your experience, have there been brigadiers or generals within SAPS during your time as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence who raised concerns relating corruption, interference in investigations, or the misuse of specialized units?
Within the division, crime intelligence, I've never received such complaints.
Have you noted any specific members within the division that posed any of those threats to the police?
Yes, I have identified such members, and we are dealing with them accordingly. Some of them are dismissed already. Some of them, then we are in the process of different steps that we are taking against.
I'm going to come back to the dismissals later, General, but just for everyone's clarity, so you don't have to name anyone now, can you explain how such problematic conduct typically manifests in practice? So share some examples. You mentioned earlier about senior management in Gauteng, for example. But even if it's on a national level, can you give us an example of practical example of where you noticed or had to intervene because of interference in investigations, manipulation of task teams, or other kinds of influence, any kind of obstruction? Can you give us one or two examples?
Within the division, Honorable Chair, honorable members, one, as I indicated in my affidavit, that one of the critical issues that we identified was the lawlessness. That is lawlessness that is linked with the hiding behind secrecy of the environment, which made it easier than for this culture of doing wrong things to be allowed or to be regarded as if there is nothing wrong about it. So anyone who will want to act against that will be the one who's having a problem.
So General, in your experience, are you aware currently of any senior officers that benefit from some kind of protection within the South African Police Service environment that allows them to persist with misconduct?
Yes, as part of this investigation that we're busy with, yes, we have identified a lot of senior officers.
What structures or mechanisms mostly provide this? So to give you clarity, and you'll see where I'm going with this, I'm going to touch on policy regarding the disciplinary process and so on, but what mechanisms do they hide behind? If not mechanisms, which people do they hide behind?
In most cases at senior level, they hide behind some of the senior officials that do not apply the legal framework correctly so, or are scared of applying the legal framework. It is a norm that in most cases, it's a matter of faking sickness and booking of sick for the next 2 years. And then whoever then has to deal with that situation lacks then the legal understanding as to how to go about dealing with such situation.
General, can you give an example of any members that have recently done that have booked off or just stayed away from work?
In my environment, yes, I had General Motley that booked off sick, I think, for about 2 years.
Sure. Would you what usually prevents, I'm trying to see which one to go for first, but is it usually do they try and steer away from disciplinary processes or from criminal processes from being finalized? So what I'm trying to get at is is it because of policy gaps or is it because of reluctance? Do we have the mechanisms to actually tackle some of these issues or these persons, or do we need to change policy?
According to my assessment, currently, we have correct policies that can help us, but it does not mean that there is no room for improvement in terms of those policies. But the ones that we are having, they are sufficient for now to deal with such situations.
General, with regards to Gauteng, I just want to move back to that quickly. Did you engage at that stage with the provincial commissioner in Gauteng regarding the entrenched corruption, especially in senior management?
No, we have not engaged yet.
Why is that?
Firstly, as I've indicated, that we are coming out of a very chaotic period. From the 31st of December to June, our arrest and removal, and then we are now, according to us, it's the beginning of the year was the end of the year last year.
Mm.
So we are just coming back now, trying to get back on track.
I want to speak to you about fitness boards, and we can use examples as well, and then I'll touch on policy again. But can you, for the record, explain in clear terms what Section 34 of the SAPS Act provides for, and what is the purpose of Section 34 fitness boards?
Firstly, Section 34 is not there to replace the Regulation 9. But it's one of the policies that are available for us to utilize. In our environment, we have utilized it a lot, and we are utilizing a lot where we see the behavior that that is suspicious of, more especially a senior officer not being fit to hold office, and then we use it in those circumstances.
How does it differ from an ordinary disciplinary process, General?
Firstly, it differs from the because any commissioned officer can then be appointed to deal with whoever at any level, unlike then the regulations where you will need then the role players to be of a particular level. So it involves investigation. You still appoint an investigator who's going to investigate the allegations against then what is expected against all the policies of the organization. And then if then the investigation comes with the recommendation of a Section 34 inquiry, then that investigating officer will go and present to the chairperson of the inquiry then as to the reasons or as to the outcomes of the investigation, and then the employer is given then time to make his or her representations, and then the chairperson then will take the final decision in terms of recommending to whoever appointed him or her.
So, I mean, the way you describe it, it sounds like it's an effective mechanism. Why is it that it feels like sometimes senior members in SAP, broadly speaking, seem reluctant to use Section 34?
I won't have the direct answer through you, Chair, Honorable Member, but for one, as one of senior managers, it's one of the most effective negative discipline tool that we have at our exposure.
Is there a specific person, this is all for the record when we report afterwards, but is there a specific individual that's responsible for deciding not to invoke Section 34? So for example, you mentioned General Moodley earlier. If you go through a Section 34 process, does the National Commissioner have to sign off if you would like to go on with that process?
No, so Section 34 is available for all commanders or managers at all levels, because if I invoke it in my environment, and then the National Commission will still be the appeals authority for the affected employee. I utilized it during the case of the Western Cape Provincial Head, and then the appeal was successful. I did it again, and then the following time it was not successful.
And this was General Teal.
That was General Teal.
General, I want to understand, can you give the committee an idea of the cost that it costs taxpayers if some of these senior individuals remain in their positions and supposedly book off sick? Let's use General Moodley or General Teal for that matter. Let's use General Moodley. For 2 years, what would that have cost the taxpayer, more or less?
Yeah, at that senior level, it won't be less than 4 to 5 million, because we are including the acting expenditure when that person is away. So it's like you are double paying for the same position.
Thank you, General. General, my last few questions are regarding the PKTT. The political killing task team was originally established with quite a narrow mandate, or a very focused mandate relating to political assassinations. Why did it come to be used so extensively in Gauteng specifically for matters that seem to be beyond its original mandate?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I was explaining, that in Gauteng, the only reason can be the project coordinator of PKTT was also the coordinator of GCI Ops in Gauteng. So based on the threat and risk assessment that was on the table, and the agency, that was a must. Then one had to take that decision to utilize them for those 2 weeks.
Who authorized the expansion of the task team's role in Gauteng?
Thank you, Chair. The assistance, the support provided in Gauteng is not interpreted as an extension of the mandate. It is interpreted as providing the support for a short time, and then it is the National Commissioner who approved that assistance and the period thereof.
And for the record then, General, was it in your view appropriate, particularly given that the Hawks are the statutory body, according to me, from what I understand, mandated to investigate serious organized crime and corruption?
The events of the 6th.
No, sorry. Let me make it clearer. And it's again just for the record. The Hawks are mandated for serious organized crime, correct? So the question is, was the expansion of the task team's mandate appropriate?
To include to Gauteng.
To Gauteng, yeah.
To Gauteng.
Yeah.
Maybe, Chair, through you, I must start from what I explained in details to say this investigation in Gauteng started as a normal investigation by an organized crime unit that is attached in Gauteng Provincial Office, a murder of Aman Swart. So they were just investigating that single incident. What made it to be at where it is now? It's because of the threat and risk assessment, which is the mandate of crime intelligence that we had to conduct, and then it gave then the findings that are talking to a risky situation that needed a quick response. Hence, then we had to quickly register a counterintelligence project to prevent the loss of lives, as well as then the disappearance of that investigation, as I narrated that it was talking to the ballistic reports that were disappearing, talking to the threats directed towards the members. So the time was not on our side. We had to act as quickly as possible.
Thank you, General. General, then my last two, I want to, and I touched on this with General Mkhwanazi as well, and also with General Sabia. General Sabia vehemently denied it, but the conspiracy of the events that we've seen take place over the last almost 12 months was that there was an attempt, or there would be an attempt, to arrest the National Commissioner. General Sabia would become the acting National Commissioner or the National Commissioner. The conspiracy then further grew that General Khan would either become the head of crime intelligence, or he would have, I don't know, Deputy National Commissioner position, and that there are other individuals that would then fall in under them. What is your opinion of this? How do you think it was? Because the more I listen to or the stories around Minister Mkhunu as well, I must be honest, it started to feel like there's some truth in that, that it was literally an entire grouping that wanted to, I don't know if we can call it hijack, take over, but somehow control more of the police.
Thank you, Chair. It will be very difficult not to start to believe that that theory, especially us that are part of the whole play, and we are there, and we can see. So that theory might be very true, that there are or were plans, or there are still plans then of getting rid of some of the people so as then those that are having their own ulterior motives can then ascend to the positions.
General, my last question is regarding General Sabia. Quite a few of the members in the committee grilled him with many questions, especially with regards to his association with certain controversial figures. Why was he never, it feels like he was never properly investigated or and then arrested? Because according to me, at some stage there should have been enough red lights or red flags popping up for action to be taken.
According to my opinion, maybe it is the reason is there is always been a belief that it's impossible for such behavior to be experienced at that senior level. So it's only now that SAPS is realizing that it is very possible. So there was nothing that was done, and there are lots of other examples that we can throw on the table.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Chair, that's it from me. I'm rather going to hand over to the Honorable Klopper. To you first, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klopper. May you please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, General. Earlier you spoke about the phones of Mr. Matlala and the alleged deleting of information on the phone. When General Sabia was here, and when we questioned him about whether information such as messages and data and stuff could be inserted onto the cellular phone by crime intelligence, his response was it was very doable. Do you agree with that assessment? And if so, what lawful circumstances would crime intelligence have in this technical ability to do so?
We are improving day by day, but when it comes to that statement of crime intelligence being in a position to manipulate what is on the system, we are not there yet, or on the gadget. We are not there yet, but indeed we are improving day by day.
So, General, you would say that General Sabia was misleading this committee under oath?
Yes, do not have that capability.
Thank you, General. But due to my limited time, I'll be jumping between questions and different sections. In paragraph 42, you state that their efforts to identify and recruit capable senior officers through transfers and promotions resulted in accusations that you were bringing your own people. Who precisely are you referring to, or is being referred to as your own people? And on what basis was those accusations made, and you know, seemingly who was to benefit from making these accusations?
Thank you, Chair. The people that one will refer to firstly will be General Madondo, who was formerly with crime intelligence for a long time, and then we needed her capabilities in terms of intelligence analysis and coordination, as she was now working for the crime research unit. So that is the first person that we requested to join us on transfer. And also a Brigadier Britnell, who was also with the crime research, who had been with crime intelligence for a long time. It's those two that we approached, requesting them to transfer to the division. In terms of the appointments, there's been lots of appointments, but there were only two that were deemed to be not accepted within and outside the division. The first one was a brigadier that we appointed to be in charge of our intelligence planning and monitoring with a master's degree in planning and monitoring and vast experience that we appointed from IPID. She was in charge of the same environment at IPID, and also a brigadier that we were arrested for, one of the very few qualified mechatronics in this country with a master's degree, but then still we got that hiding.
General, reporting structures according to you of the PKTT never changed actually and remains the same oversight body. And as far, you go on to say as far as what you are aware. So according to your witness statement, the last IMC took place on the 5th of September, 2023. The question though is, did you raise this concern at any point at meetings, so forth, and why the IMC? Because I battled to find how informed decisions around the PKTT could be made without these progress reports and formal meetings given, to the committee of the IMC. How were these decisions made? How was direction formulated? How was funding decided?
Thank you, Chair. Most of the operational decisions will be done at a directors general level from all the stakeholders that are involved. So operationally, we were not affected. But then in terms of strategic guidance and oversight, one was hoping, because if you look at the period after the last briefing of the president in March 2024, and then what followed were elections. And then after elections, then I think we are all aware it took quite some time for the government to be established. And so as soon as then there were appointments, then we were still waiting on the queue that we are going to be called by the new chairperson to come and brief. But instead, then the disbandment came.
Thank you, General. I won't labor the point, but there was also a long time before elections, between September and the elections was approximately 8 months, that also nothing happened. So I think that also caused a bit of turmoil and brings us to where we are today. And I said that's the reason I mentioned the significance of it. You stated in paragraph 95 that criminal syndicates sought to capture and capture officials by embedding themselves within the police leadership and political officers. And this committee has heard a lot about other high-ranking SAPS officials that seem to have self-serving interests rather than that of the public good. And obviously been denied by every single person here, every wrongdoing. Not one person has held onto a stitch of accountability while sitting here before us. I am, however, interested to know which political officers are you alluding to, and the officer self and the persons, and I bring it to your paragraph 95. You mention it in the unfortunate Swartz assassination, and you speak specifically about the syndicates, not specifically PKTT. Who are you referring to there?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That part, paragraph 95, is part of my overview of how organized crime will then have its roots in a particular environment. So there one was still explaining that if the syndicate then wants to start operating, then they have to make sure that if it's at local government level, they have to get closer to the highest political figures that are at that level, also at provincial as well as national.
General, is any of those politicians currently sitting in the structures that have been taken out? Because, I mean, if you're saying that these people are involved, you know that they're involved, Are they being investigated? Are there any politicians currently sitting that are involved that you know of?
As through you, Chair, as I requested that the investigation that is still ongoing, if I cannot comment directly on it. Hence, then one decided to include that modus operandi there on top before we get to the Swartmeder case and the arrest and the real events as they happened. But indeed, there are those that are identified at all those levels of society, from politicians and
So through these investigations and court cases, those names will finally be revealed.
yes.
I mean, in general, you understand why we're sitting here. It doesn't help we name and shame every SAP member who is involved with corruption, but we seem to hide the politicians, which seems very strange. And for context, for my next question was paragraph 142 and 143. Describe the interaction of Mr. Matlala, charged with serious crimes. And he met with the former minister, Bheki Cele, and you alluded to him that he would requested to fabricate allegations. And while we heard from the former minister, it wasn't merely a request. And in my opinion, what was expressed in the witness statements that we've seen and now, Mr. Matlala was confessing. It wasn't about a request to do something. He was confessing to have lied about the theft of the officials to former Minister Cele. And those police officials are your colleagues, you know, your police colleagues. And we can see this is mentioned in paragraph 276A, STK 15, page 125 and 126. And if I understand correctly, this was later withdrawn.
Yes.
But from your experience as a senior SAPS officer, I mean, firstly, would someone normally charged with serious crimes seek guidance from a former minister that they were not particularly friends with, they weren't close by nature? I don't know if this interaction is normal, and more importantly, I just want to know what risk does it pose to the integrity of the criminal justice system if, I don't want to say, I want to say alleged criminals are interacting with absolute high-ranking officials or ex-officials.
Thank you, Chair. It talks to the threat that I talked to when I was on this subject, to say that is one of the characteristics that we use to see a person who is part of a syndicate or a cartel who would want to be connected with those former or current senior officials at all levels. I should think that one of the facts that were presented by the former minister here was his advice for him to go and meet me, which then he did not repeat to me, because maybe he knows me by now that I was not going to. I try my best not to get closer to a target of investigation.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 276B, you also speak about cases opened by 3 relatives of Mr. Molefe against the GCI ops team. The alleged incident occurred when the 3 complainants accompanied members to relatives' residence in search of a suspect. After assisting the team, the complainants were returned to the original location, and at no point were they detained, kidnapped, deprived of their liberties. That is what stands in your witness statement. Who is the members this paragraph refers to? Just members. It said accompany the members.
The members of GCI Ops, there is an outstanding warrant of arrest of another Molefe who was supposed to be arrested with Katiso Molefe, that he is still on the run. They have lots of houses across the country. So the families then were assisting the team moving from province to another province, searching for this wanted suspect.
They were the complainants, correct? Or did they open a complaint?
They opened complaints after the operation.
Were they alleging? What were they alleging?
Alleging some kidnapping.
By the JCI
By
members?
the GC, yeah.
GCI members, sorry.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Thank you, General. That covers me there. You referred to the identification of ghost employees who were unlawfully employed, a part of the recruited 250. And I may have missed what you mentioned on that. There's a continuous accusation on this. What is the meaning of the recruited 250 in your statement, and when did you first become aware of that?
The recruited 250 because I happened to grow not far away from crime intelligence. I was aware of it when it was happening, but then also in the state capture report, it's nicely explained as to how that project went about in terms of that recruitment.
And thank you, General. I think that the public sector really does have a problem with ghost employees in general, and I just think it must be attributed to either internal control methods that are absolutely non-existent and weak, and many corrupt officials that are in your departments that keep this actually supported, because it doesn't end. You state that decisions were not supported by senior management level, and the misinformation through the media is used after each decision is taken. I just identify which decisions were undermined internally and what reports you made about this resistance. Is the senior management the people going to the media and peddling this misinformation, as you put it?
Yes, indeed. It includes senior management being part of misinformation. So the decisions, I touched on them. I'm just trying to go back to they are on page 16 from paragraph 41 of my affidavit. The decisions, they start from reviewing and aligning the performance indicators of the division. I explained there that the division was operating in a real silo mentality, that it's like just crime intelligence, not subs crime intelligence. So we had to do a lot of convincing to firstly align our annual operational and performance plans to talk to the priorities of SAPS, even the targets. If SAPS visible policing, their target is to make sure that not more than 50,000 vehicles are hijacked. And then crime intelligence, their target must be to recover at least 50% of that. I'm making an example. That is the alignment that we had to do. So the decisions, they move from there to the financial as well as physical or human resource related policies that we had to put in place so as we avoid the issues of ghost employees, the issues of embezzlement of informal rewards funds. So you take that decision at a national level, you expect then to be implemented across the country by all 9 provincial heads as well as component heads. That's where then we had a problem of the implementation of those decisions.
Thank you for your reply, General. Only thing concerning is that these senior managements within crime intelligence are going to the media about these type of internal decisions. What else is going to the media and compromising the operations of crime intelligence? And I think that should really worry you and your department to your core, that those are the officials that are working for you. My last question would be on the finding of RICA. You mentioned it in your paragraph 43. You just make a quick reference to RICA, but you and I both know that the Constitutional Court ruled, the legislative framework and so forth. And I just would really actually like to know how it's impacting crime intelligence. And I would question if you accept that it is impacting crime intelligence, given that there's like the lack of post-surveillance notifications, absence of independent review, indefinite suspensions, and so forth. That interception conducted under the current framework risks being challenged as unlawful and could really undermine prosecutions. I would just like your view on that, and that would be my closing question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. You are quite right. Those are all challenges that are affecting the whole intelligence community when it comes to RICA. And we are hoping that with the review that is ongoing, we are going to be assisted. So on this part, we were only talking to when things are right, to say we will be able then to continue with our lawful interceptions with that exemption certificate.
Thank you, General, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chopper. Honorable Matthews.
Yes, I need to put on these glasses of mine, otherwise I'm going to see wrong things. Thank you, Chair. Lieutenant General, just as we start, let's talk a bit about your health. Are you comfortable to share with us, was your ill health? We were freaked out because we thought you were not going to end up appearing before us after your appearance at the commission. Was it related to your testimony at the commission?
I'm not sure. I'm comfortable to report that my health is back to normal. I got the necessary assistance.
And it was not anything untowards that happened in the commission that resulted in your ill health?
No.
Okay. I'll start off with something before we get into the nitty-gritty. The EFF had a one-day national shutdown on the 20th of March, 2023. I'm sure you heard the testimony of your CFO when she appeared before us, and she reported to us at the ad hoc committee that SAP spent 368 million for a one-day shutdown. You were head of crime intelligence during this time. What intelligence, if you had any, that would justify spending that amount of money for a protest?
Thank you, Chair. What we are responsible for is firstly the assessment of the threat that we think that might be on its way. Then the plan then is the responsibility of the visible policing to plan accordingly. In most cases, our recommendations are just talking to the need for a plan to be put in place for any situation that might come because of that threat.
What was the level, security threat level?
In terms of risk ratings.
Yeah,
In terms of risk rating, if I'm not mistaken, it was a medium risk.
and has there been any other of EFF protests or rallies that were leveled higher than that? If you've done any other assessments as crime intelligence?
I don't remember. It's just that when we do our assessments, we don't normally do them in terms of political organizations. But I don't remember any.
Okay, and have you done risk assessments for other political parties? Or I know you said you don't do it in terms of political parties, right? But there are other political parties that have protests or whatever it is. Has crime intelligence been involved in doing risk assessments for them?
It's
So
one
the
of
standard,
yeah, it's a standard.
the standard
We
thing.
do- we-
So in your experience, the spending of 368 million on a mid-level risk assessment, and maybe you can also speak to us, what does mid-level, what does it involve? When you give that level of assessment, it means what can happen?
There are lots of factors that are considered. For instance, if the threat is a national threat,
Mhm.
so which will mean that they need to have a plan that will cover the whole country. And also other factors that are considered is the what else is happening in the country, because then the resources, the movement of resources will be affected by what else is happening in the country. So to look at the threat and risk assessment of this particular event or threat only might not then give us the correct picture. One will need then to widen the scope and zoom as to what was happening during that time of the year.
Okay, let's move on to, we've been, or this committee has been subjected to this character called Paul O'Sullivan. And he doesn't want to appear before us. He has disappeared. You as head of crime intelligence, have you done any investigation into Paul O'Sullivan and his organization?
Thank you. Without maybe with the assurance of no more follow-ups on that particular question, but he has been one of our persons of interest for quite some time, few months.
Few months.
Yes.
Is different to a few years. When did he become a person of interest? And when you say a person of interest, it means what? Because he's even written this book called Stop Me If You Can, and he says that he has disrupted and reversed crime intelligence in our country. And I think as a high-ranking SAPS officials, and all of you should be
Thank you.
concerned about that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I indicated earlier on today, that there are people that becomes people of interest just because they just come out of nowhere and they become something. So by saying they are for the past few months, I'm referring to me having been in charge of crime intelligence. I don't want to say yes for the past few months, but he has been a person of interest.
But you've been in crime intelligence, the head, since 2022, am I wrong? you were appointed head of crime intelligence? Wasn't it in 2022?
December 2022.
So when you say months, General, you mean like months can be 12 months? That's like a year. I'm just trying to understand when you say he's been okay, instead of saying a few months, give us approximate between 5 and 6 months, or is it 12 to 14 months? Because you've been in crime intelligence, or heading up our crime intelligence rather, since 2022.
Yeah, I can say plus minus 12 months.
Okay. So that's over a year, it's not a few months. Then Lieutenant General, what have you done, or what has been done? Because having someone as a person of interest and acting on it is two different things. So just report like what has been done about him to a point that he can even go and write a book. He's implicated, he's given interviews and said that there's crime intelligence officers that gives him information and recordings, etc. So also speak to us about that. Have you investigated who those crime intelligence officers are and what's going on?
Yes, Honorable Chair, through you, there are lots of investigations that are ongoing around the subject. And I think that's why this morning one made a comment that talks to the culture in our country of looking at something happening or starting and then doing nothing until it becomes a problem. So those are one of the issues that one had to look into coming into the current position.
So Lieutenant General, there's too many investigations going on. That's all we ever hear. You were also at the commission. You said that investigations are at an advanced point on certain matters, serious matters, and we're still there. So generally, what should we expect from our police? Well, your office, your division directly, crime intelligence, like if we have that messed up, our country's messed up. Turnaround time. Because you still have those members that he talks about, whether it's true or not, we don't know. Are they still there working in crime intelligence? Do you even have the names of them?
Which members? 250.
Those he said he gets information from Paul O'Sullivan in your crime intelligence division. They're
Yes.
still working there.
Yes, the members who are there within crime intelligence, the division is at a stage. That's why one spoke of the turning around of the environment, which will take some time. It was weakened for a very long time. Now you come with the reforms, then you need tools. And then for the past 2 years, one could not fill the critical post that you expect. Then those are the tools that you need. So the challenges in the environment will need then the working together from all different levels of the arms of state.
Lieutenant General, you're sounding like a politician when you say working together, because if we still have people who are implicated, starting with our president of the country, together we will do more. But the side note on that, what needs to happen outside of you saying there must be reform? We cannot have people in crime intelligence now giving information to outsiders. This man was not even born here in this country. He's busy running NGOs. He's selling equipment and he's giving out information, and then we still have them there. What needs to happen? Because it can't be, and I don't see how you're going to do a turnaround with those people still in there. So you need to tell us what needs to happen, because it can't be that we have ongoing investigations that can go on for years and years, and then they continue being there in the same environment, and the corruption is obviously going to continue. So what must happen? Don't just say reforms, General. Tell us what must happen, what do we need to do here, and recommendations we need to make as a committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I explained earlier on that we needed to get our legal framework on track. of which we are almost done with that part because we need that to straighten the environment because almost there was non-existence of any policy in that environment, including the legal framework that allows us to do our work. So once that is done, then you need proper tools in the form of personnel, people that are going to implement those reforms. Now, when we are in the middle of that process, and then we are affected by the arrests, we are affected by the holding of posts. So I was referring to months because there's been a year that has been lost because of that half of the year, no appointments, another half, the whole senior management is arrested and not allowed to go to the office. So with those challenges, but then the plan is there to be implemented, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
In paragraph 40, speaking about reforms, you say that you were implementing reforms and enforcing consequence management at a senior management level, but this was not supported by some senior managers. Who are those senior managers that were not supporting the reforms?
Let me start, thank you. Let me start by the current state of the division when it comes to consequence management, even at lower level, before I go to a senior level. In the division, I think there is one incident in the Western Cape where a member was arrested for a very serious crime, and the commander, the supervisor, gave that person a 1 month, a 1 month salary, whatever, and then come back. So I'm just making an example to say the culture of disciplining. It's something that we need to deal with from top. We must have the correct provincial head and senior officers that are going to instill discipline, and then consequence management then will be realized.
Was there a abuse before you took over of the crime intelligence secret slush fund, as they call it?
Yes, big time.
And then what has been done about it?
There are lots of control measures that we put in place. The last incidents of millions that were reported robbed or stolen were as a result of our control measures that we put in place. Eastern Cape, I had assigned the teams to go and do the surprise inspection of the safes, and then that information leaked. And then when the team for a surprise inspection are on their way, and then the commander is reporting a robbery, a fake robbery that is not there. And then that commander was then dismissed afterwards, and then the captain was criminally charged. I'm making an example to say there are lots of reforms, the control measures that we are putting in place that were not existing, but then they come up with those challenges.
So in other words, it's not continuing under your leadership.
One will want to say it's not continuing, yes.
But there were cases that were opened by members of parliament, and we've had long discussions about this in whole slush fund. Or do you have any response to that? Our case,
No, I don't have an idea.
the response. We had one of the members, Honorable Khaled Barnard, Have you done an intelligence report on her?
No,
There's never been there's no intelligence investigation. I think as Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said that there's been information that has been collected on her. There isn't any in terms of intelligence report.
no, not as far as I know.
Because he said that if needs be, the information can come and they can show pictures and recordings. You
Yes.
don't have as the
As crime intelligence, but investigation is done then almost everywhere in SAPS.
So it might not have been, you're saying it might not have been a crime intelligence investigation.
Yes.
But we'll just confirm whether he was referring to crime intelligence or not. Have you done any crime intelligence report or have a person of interest? I don't know what the correct phrase is into Honorable Adams, because he's the one who instigated or opened the cases or the case that had you arrested.
No, it's part of the information that, as I indicated earlier on, that if something, because we talk about people's names, especially if there is no reference or case number yet. The one that I responded to, I know that we have a reference number.
You spoke about Gauteng SAPS and you said there's about 90% of our SAPS members that are involved in cartels. Was there an actual investigation done and when did it start? How did you come to that conclusion?
It's not, that's why one is using percentage, because you gauge that as you continue with operations in a particular environment. If I may give another example, when we started with the reconfigured PKTT in KZN, around that space of political killings, we had to first arrest 35 of our own SAPS colleagues before we could.
Thank you. Thank you so much, General. The time of the member
Has
has,
been the chair. Thank you, Chair.
The time of
Honorable
the
Malema will continue tomorrow.
the time of the member has come to an end. Thank you, Honorable Matthys. I don't see any honorable member looking at me. I'm trying to look at all honorable members. None of them wants to look at me. We have taken Honorable Matthys as our last speaker so that we can start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to have Honorable Malema, Honorable Nwango, Honorable Sols, Honorable James, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Breitenbach. That is the list for tomorrow. Honorable Thopper, your hand is up.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to make 100% I heard correctly. Did you say 10 or 9?
10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm not going to allocate a break tomorrow. I will only allocate a break on condition the general requests it. Yeah. So if it is a break, it is not your break, it is his break. Yourselves, if you want any convenience, you can just quietly and professionally sneak out of the chambers and come back. I'm working within the time that you have allocated to yourselves, so that if you do the calculations, you will see that we are going to finish somewhere before 2:00 tomorrow. Let's keep the time and discipline ourselves to compliance. Thank you so much, General, for the responses, the presentation, and the responses that you have given before this committee. And let me also thank the committee members for their commitment. Like today is a special day for them, but they are still here and still prepared to go an extra mile. I want to thank you so much. You know, our fellow members of parliament are not here. It's only us here doing the work for the next 4 weeks. And we must applaud you for this kind of commitment. It's very, very impressive. I want to call off the meeting, Honorable Skosan. But I can see on your face that
We'll find out what time are we finishing tomorrow? Is it still 1?
no, we're going to finish after 1. We're starting at 9.
Oh,
And we're starting at 10.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
past 2.
the calculations are as follows. The ANC has 1 hour, and the DA and the MKP combined is 1 hour. And the EFF and the IFP is 1 hour. And then the next 30 minutes is allocated to Honorable Sols. And then Honorable James is 15 minutes. So that is your time allocation for tomorrow. So we will finish some 15 minutes before 2:00. Yeah. Before I close the meeting, because sometimes when members speak, there are others who interject. Is there any member who want to say anything before? Thank you so much. The meeting is called off.